What a finish! What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. It comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
So tops up then for Jenkins, and he takes it.
Yes, it is. Well, it's been a week where good news has come in short supply so far for David Davies.
Double 16 incoming. There's the double 16.
Riihonen.
Just a couple of days of action left in qualifying for finals night, which will provide the last opportunity to make it through to Champions Week. Starting with a double header of darts today. It's Thursday at the Super Series. It's Group C, day 1 on week 12 of Series 11. Hi there, afternoon. Welcome along to another double header here at the Super Series. The final week of qualifying for the grand final of this series next week. And Raymond Smith has already made it through to finals night. He's only ever won here at the Super Series, the Series 2 champion. Matthew Edgar is alongside me, has been watching earlier in the week, and Raymond doing what he does on that stage. It's been a long time, but he's back, and he's back to winning ways.
And we've been crying out for it as well, haven't we, Raymond Smith? When's he going to return? Is he going to return to the Super Series? Because the last memory we have of him is the confetti falling and him picking up that big prize. And he's here for one reason, and that's to win. You travel halfway around the world, you want to win, and the reason he's coming on this week is so he can stay and then stay on for Champions Week. It's planned to perfection, but now he's got to deliver. He's into the final 6, he's into Saturday night, he's got an opportunity to do it and continue this run going. And the way he's been playing this week, it's not been easy for him. He's had to really dig deep at times, but he's shown his quality, and he's in there now. He'll be full of confidence going into Saturday.
Plan A was to win Group A, of course, and that's exactly what's happened for Raymond Smith. Having travelled across the world, having those 2 days off surely could be beneficial for him.
It will, and the thing he'll do is take a little bit of pressure off as well. Had he came here and dropped into a Group B or even a Group C campaign, he may have started to question whether he can repeat what he did in Series 2. But the fact he's topped the table, the fact in the end he's done it with a couple of wins in hand and a very, very healthy legs difference, he's going to look at that table over the next couple of days, and he is an analyser. He's someone who looks at the game, he's someone who looks at the opponents, he looks at the groups. He'll be probably watching right now to see what's coming out of this Group C campaign. And I think he's going to like what he's seen so far. It all should be building confidence.
Yeah, he's the Group A winner. Cameron Carolison and Danny Van Tripe joining Gemma Hayter, Robert Thornton and Charlie Martin in Group B tonight. That gets underway from 10 p.m. here on the Pluto TV channel. And Graeme Jenkins, David Davies and Per Riihonen, they're going to join Scott Bannerman, Dean Finn and Raymond's son, Kai Smith, who we're going to hear from in just a moment. But first, let's talk about another player with a famous darting father. Graeme Jenkins, of course, son of Terry, really did show what he's got in Group A, maybe tailed off towards the end of it.
Maybe to the surprise of people as well. We didn't know what to expect with Graeme Jenkins coming here, and you know, when you come here, you've got that sort of story behind you as well. It does draw a little bit of attention. And one of the things that I noticed looking at Graeme Jenkins was when he's playing on the various tours and events of which he has, when he comes up against a name or against a reputation, someone who he sees on TV or here at the Super Series, his performance dips. It tails off a little bit. Maybe now, after that Group A campaign and the performances he put in, maybe we're going to see him be able to sustain that performance. Maybe could even be a real danger in this group, because I think in this group he's probably going to feel more like he belongs than ever.
Well, talking of expectation, Dean Finn, the Irishman, has actually been made favourite with the bookies. Are you surprised to see him in that position? And what can that kind of pressure do to a player?
I am surprised in the fact that Davies is in this group, someone who's had success not just in regards to group campaigns, but in regards to weekly titles. But when we look at Dean Finn, we know that he's been producing good darts out on the Challenge Tour. He played very well at Q School this past year. He's been here before now and got experience. He is sort of a developing player. And for Dean Finn, it strikes me when you look at his youth career as one of those players that had a really good youth campaign, and then when it came to transferring to the senior darts, to the adult darts, it just took a little bit of time. But it feels like that time's starting to come now. He's starting to find his consistency, starting to find his feet. I think he's going to be a rival, but I probably wouldn't have him as favourite.
Yeah, we can show you those odds now. Dean Finn, the front runner with the bookies. Davies, second favourite at 15-8. Graeme Jenkins may be boosted by the performances in Group A. Kai Smith 14-1. It looks like they're a little bit unsure about him, but don't really fancy Riihonen, and Scott Bannerman's a kind of unknown quantity.
He is, and there's some great stories that we'll be able to share throughout commentary about Scott Bannerman. He's absolutely loving his opportunity at the Super Series. I had a good 10 minutes with him earlier on, and the smile was ear to ear. It wouldn't stop. Never seen anyone so delighted to be at the Super Series. So I'm just kind of hoping and willing him on at the moment, hoping that he can come and produce and show what he's capable of.
Anybody having a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. Right, the question is, can Kai follow in his father's footsteps and make it through to finals night? Raymond is already there. Kai Smith has been impatient to get here to the Super Series, but he's finally going to be on that stage, and I spoke to him earlier on. Kai, welcome to the Modus Super Series. First of all, how excited are you about the challenge ahead?
May have been a little bit impatient watching Dad. I'm like, no, I don't like waiting. But no, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Dad's gone through to Saturday already, so how does that change your sort of approach, the determination to join him on stage on Saturday night?
Well, let's just say we've got a history of constantly meeting each other back home in Australia, so why not add one more to the tally at Modus?
It's not something we see often in front of the cameras. Obviously, you'll be used to it playing in the same tournaments, but what is that like going competitively up against your own father?
It's challenging because in the back of my head it's my dad, but at the same time, when it says Raymond versus Kai, I'm thinking that's another player. I've got to beat them if I want to progress. But it's a different level of pressure playing against Dad.
In this group, obviously, to get the chance to play against your dad on Saturday, you've got to get through this group first. 5 other players in there. Have you had a chance to meet them, check out the competition, and how are you fancying your chances of getting through?
I was watching Graeme, David, and Per earlier in the week. They were playing some good darts as well, but just a bit unlucky from time to time. I haven't seen much of Dean or Scott, but everyone's here for a reason, so they're going to be they have been playing some good darts. So I do fancy my chances, but we'll see what happens when we jump on stage.
We certainly will. Thanks for talking to us, and the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, here we go then. The time has come for Kai Smith to make his mark on the Modus Super Series stage. His dad couldn't have made much more of a mark, could he? Raymond Smith, the Series 2 champion. As Henry Deacon's been saying all week, effectively a lineal champion, having only played once and won the entire series. But it's his son's turn now, the 23-year-old making his debut up against the Swede Riihonen, who also is, well, I was going to say enjoying his debut week at the Modus Super Series. I'm not sure actually that would be the right way to describe it, but he resets, starts on 0 today, and a good start could see a change in fortunes. Referee for the afternoon is a rather confused-looking Owen Binks.
First leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
But he gets the first game underway, the first of 15 this afternoon, and all of them will be talked through by myself and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot riding on this game. In game number 1, you wouldn't normally say that, but I think a lot matters here for Kai Smith and how he's going to settle into this week, because he really did sort of point us in the direction of how he feels. He's saying that he just been dying to get here, get playing, and all that does really is just sort of build that anxiety when you just sat around, sat in the hotel, waiting. How many times do we see it with a Group A winner?
96.
That exact same story. They win Group A, they have a couple of days where they're sort of sat around looking forward to Saturday to get here and then don't produce. So I think this first game, I think it's going to be quite telling in the direction that Kai could go.
140.
Certainly sure that Raymond will be tuned in to the Modus Super Series Darts channel live on Pluto TV watching Kai right now. So congratulations on doing your job. I bet this is the harder part of it, isn't it, Raymond?
26.
Always harder when you've got no control over a situation, isn't it? You've just got to sit back and watch somebody else go up there
41.
and hopefully get the result that you want them to get. But it was interesting, actually, the question you asked about what it's like when you play against your father and you've got that father-son dynamic. And instantly, one thought popped into my head. Remember when James Richardson hit a 9-darter against
59.
his son?
Yeah, remarkable. Happened in Southampton. The previous venue for what was then the Live League has now become the Super Series.
100.
You may have seen that clip here on Pluto TV. And it always seems to be that way around, doesn't it? The dad getting one over on the son. The son would be so
100.
determined to do it the other way around.
Well, you've got to teach them lessons, haven't you? You've got to learn the hard way. But this is a
85.
decent start here for Park. One of those players that when you looked at the lineup and the list, you thought, this could be an interesting player. I reckon he could do all right. And it didn't happen at all for him in that Group A campaign. Never really landed any sort of a blow. But he could be landing a blow here in the opening leg, looking at a break of throat.
92. He's got choices on it. He's gone straight for the treble 20 to avail himself 2 darts at double 16.
60.
Of which
Kai
he's missed
require
both.
86.
Same target. Same amount of darts. Same
54.
result.
Pay and require 32.
Still struggling on the outside of that target. Now goes inside. So pair wants a pair of 8s.
24.
But it's gone pear-shaped.
Kai require 32.
Can Kai capitalise? Steps across to try and open up that bed, and he
on the first
slots it in superbly. Smith settles himself down by holding on to his throat.
First. Game on.
Just feels like everything's very important early on for Kai Smith. Will undoubtedly settle down as the day goes on. And we've seen him on some big stages in the past. We've seen him with success over in Australia, and we've also seen him on the 2 biggest stages in the world of darts. Kai Smith being on the Ali Pali stage and on the Lakeside stage. That is something not a lot of people get the opportunity to say.
121.
Looks the part, doesn't he? A fierce competitor, nicknamed the Mongrel, and that beast of an animal.
100.
Striking fear into his opponent stood behind him.
Well, if that was the case, I'd be more scared about par, because that's quite a lot of lightning going on there.
15.
Calls himself Thunder. Against the man from down under.
$57.
Is there a dart player nicknamed Lightning?
Didn't Vincent van der Voort, who ironically was supposed to be playing this week, was he once called Greased Lightning originally?
135.
until the gelled back hair disappeared, and then he changed his name to the Dutch Destroyer. Yeah, but don't think just Lightning. It's a good name, isn't it? Oh, Lloyd Walker.
40.
I've just been reminded by a esteemed colleague of ours. Lloyd Walker is Lightning.
Game shot.
And that was lightning quick from Per Riihonen to level up this game at 1 apiece.
The leg gets Kai to throw first. Game on.
Well, lightning didn't strike twice there on the missed doubles, did it?
Thunderous finish. 15 dart leg on throw.
And that's my jokes done for the day.
85. $95.
Next game could be a rather significant one. The two favourites, David Davies and Dean Finn, will go toe-to-toe. That will, of course, be the penultimate game of the group tomorrow as well.
45.
Keep an eye out for that come Friday afternoon. Scott Bannerman, a debutant, then takes on Graeme Jenkins, who had a very good Group A campaign and will maybe feel a little bit disappointed to have not challenged more for a Group B spot yesterday.
Got to be said, though, when you look through the lineup there, I think a lot of players will sense opportunity here.
59.
I don't think, although the odds compilers believe they've found one in Dean Finn as being nearly even money favourite, I don't know if there's a real, genuine, solid favourite in this group.
Yeah, well, before the week started, if you knew David
100.
Davies was in this group, you would say him. And he is second favourite, a shorter price than Graeme Jenkins, who got 10 points more than him in Group A.
You normally throw me under the bus at some point of a morning and say, who's going to win this group, Matt? I'm glad you haven't asked me that question yet, because I wouldn't be so sure.
I'm going to give you the chance to see them all play once.
41.
And see what the first impressions have done to that line of thinking. First impressions here for Kai Smith are that he's going to have to battle. Riihonen finds himself on 125 after 12, having just completed a 15 dart leg.
125.
But this one's against the throat. Needed at least a 25 to keep the shot alive.
81.
Good last.
Kai, you require 127.
Bullseye.
96.
And do you know, I was going to say the shot before, it feels like Kai's
44.
struggling to reach at times. Feels like they're dropping a little bit low. And that one was really one of those darts because it just kicked on entry. That's where he's flicking at the dart.
Game shot.
No problem there for par. That is a great double 16. Gets the breaker throw in the end. Had a couple of darts to break throw in the opening leg. Wasn't able to do so, but now has got his nose in front.
Yeah, real punishment there for Kai Smith.
81.
Riihonen trying to just utilise that experience, some may say advantage of having had the 3 days on the stage already. This is Smith's first time stepping onto that Super Series stage.
43.
And we can see now that Kai is becoming aware of this problem as well, because the reaction there after the 5 and the way in which his darts lie will tell you that he likes the darts to be pitched above the treble. Ideally,
85.
yeah, Par's got it there on that top wire. Dart number 1, but when they go low, it will block the target. We have to run for cover.
41.
It just doesn't look comfortable quite yet. I'm sure he's had plenty of pearls of wisdom from his father,
55.
who's safely through to finals night, but once you're up there, you're on your own.
$100. 118.
Riihonen did pick up a couple of wins in his Group A campaign. Was humbled by Raymond Smith 4-0 when they met yesterday.
140.
But did get a win against Davies, who of course he'll face off with again in this group.
Seems to be a little bit more rhythm
88.
in the flow of par today. Just seems to be playing with a little bit more freedom. And I suppose a lot of that in a Group A campaign, when it's not gone well the first couple of days, you're kind of fulfilling obligations, fulfilling fixtures. You're not
99.
really competitive in regards
You
to
require 74.
your prospects of the group. You're just playing individual matches where right now he's probably full of encouragement once again. And this could be very encouraging if he finds this double 16. Once again, he's found a friend down there. Every single leg that Par has won so far has been on double 16.
Fifth
Had
leg,
he
it's
found that in the first leg, he could have been off the stage with a 4-0 victory.
Game on.
Well, Smith's going to need to find some kind of burst, or it will be a victory for Riihonen. And you can see that the only thing that's burst so far is his confidence. Almost leg by leg, slipping away, and we'll have to
81.
get back in that practice room and reset, refocus for his next match, which is against Graeme Jenkins, game 5 of today's 15, because this man
140.
doesn't want to give him an inch.
And I think the warning signs was there for Kai Smith before a dart was even thrown. I flagged this game as being very important for him in game number 1, because it felt like everything was about this one for him. You know, the interview, the way he's been backstage,
81.
it's built for him. You know, he's travelled halfway across the world. There's been a build-up, an anxiety, shall we say, that would have been put aside had this been a
100.
good performance. But now you look ahead at the fixtures and you think, well, it's not going to get any easier at times. There's still David Davies, Dean Finn, some big hitters in this group.
100.
Riihonen just looking to complete the job. He will be on a finish,
140.
provided he stays straight. He did even better than that. He got the weight right as well, and will return for 1-2-1 for the win.
$119. Pay 121.
Been to a first or a finish in every leg so far as part.
He can't quite locate
Pay 120.
the bullseye, so Smith, to stay in it, may need to take this out. And that's a tricky dart to get around. A low one again, and it's caused him a problem here. Treble 20 required.
Even finding the treble 20 there could have
60.
caused a problem. The way
They
his
require
darts so
25.
violently sit up. But an opportunity here for Parr to leave himself in his favourite area of the board. And he will. Just slightly north of the double 16.
This time going across to double 4.
70.
On the wire, reprieve
Pay
for Kai Smith.
60.
Has to be careful here not to bust the score. The way his darts have been dropping low, the danger would have been hitting the treble 20 inadvertently there, but he's done really well
Fifth leg. Kai
to
Smith.
pitch those perfectly and to keep himself in contention. And who knows whether or not that could be a turning point, not just in this match, but in his day.
He's one of those players you sort of fear a little bit for on those 60 shots. And where we've seen the adaptation of players play.
60.
Luke Littler did it on this stage, didn't he? Through the flat dart where just adjust the grip. Just move it past that balance point, which I'd be interested to know exactly where that is on Kai's darts, because that's a very unusual shape.
95.
Sort of thick at the back and tapers all the way into the point, which traditionally means more 180s, better grouping, less deflections in tight areas.
85.
Which may be the reason as to why he's moved to this dart, because that angle of entry doesn't always help.
You can see there how that dart blocked the treble 20 bed. He might be able to use that one into the 19s,
41.
but he's decided he'd rather go for an open one. Treble 17 was the target, but unfortunately for him, he deviated to the next door and much smaller number.
Makes you make decisions, though, doesn't it, when you've got something
100.
that's so far beyond neutral. Means that low dart, you have to run for cover. He'll have to make sure he's practicing a good wide range of the board. Board mastery is key for Kai.
Yeah, nothing is coming easily, is it? You're either stepping or
94.
switching after pretty much every first dart so far.
$140.
Well, I'm going to get it in there before you do, Murph, to complete an
55.
above par
Favourite
performance.
116.
And he could do it. 19. Leaves tops.
96.
Not quite, but Smith not in sight.
Well, the match starts are starting to add up now. He's had a couple at the end of the 25, a dart at the ball, now a dart at tops, 4 match darts, and Kai Smith
134.
is ready to strike should par
They
not be able to take
require
out this double
20.
10.
But he does.
Game shot and the match. Riihonen.
And it is a 4-2 success for Riihonen. The Thunder going down a storm in the opening game. It was difficult for Kai Smith. Couldn't really settle, won that opening leg, but never really got going in the match. Stuff for him to work on in the practice room, but it's points for pair. And coming next, Dean Finn takes on David Davies. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we just saw Riihonen get the better of Kai Smith in the opening match of Group C on week 12, the final week of Series 11 in terms of qualifying for Champions Week, which takes place next week. And this man, David Davies, is trying to make it through to a third Champions Week on the spin. But if he's going to do it, we're going to need to see an improvement on what he produced in Group A. He's up against a favourite to win this group, Dean Finn, the 27-year-old Irishman who reached a semi-final in Series 9, but twice a weekly winner, the Denby darter David Davies, looking to produce what he has shown in the past visits here to the Super Series, rather than what he's shown in the past 3 days, where he's found it really tough going.
He's the sort of player now you just associate with being a challenger and a winner here at the Super Series, and not individual matches or groups, but weeks. So David Davies, even being in Group C, will probably be a bit of a disappointment to him. However,
First leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
I think when he takes a look at the group, when he takes a look at the players here, I think he'll fancy his chances. He'll feel like the favourite, even though the odds compilers have decided that Dean Finn is going to be the favourite. And I think when you look at the head-to-head clash,
80.
they actually played each other not too long ago on the Challenge Tour, which David Davies came out a 5-2 success.
This is more like it. That's more like it.
180.
Only 3 wins across 3 days in Group A,
93.
David Davies, but 3 perfect darts to kick off his Group C campaign.
I think it could be a very similar situation to what we were talking about in the last
58.
game, though, as well, that once you realise that the Group A success has gone, it's quite hard to be in there and battling out those matches and playing with that
55.
real level of intensity, because it is only 1 place from 6 for the 3 days worth of play.
$59.
And certainly the most experienced Super Series player in this group. David Davies, the most successful as well.
103.
None of the others have tasted victory. Dean Finn's come the closest to it with that semi-final run.
Interesting thinking
60.
there as well from Dean Finn, showing
Dean
a
require
good
170.
use of the board there to make sure that he gets down to a finish. I'd have just preferred it to be the other way round. I'd rather go for the treble 18 first rather than 25, because it feels like you're burning a dart you don't have to. Because if you get the treble 18, you just go back to the treble 20.
David, you require 144.
Well, will he be back? He will. Stunning start from Davis, but can't finish with a flourish.
96.
Finn returns
Dean, you require
to 74. Double top.
54.
Good effort, but to no avail, and
David, you
Davis has the
require
opportunity to break
48.
straight off the bat here.
Game.
When
Show
you've
the
been here for
first
3
leg.
days already and it's
David
not quite gone your way,
Davies.
you want to start with a nice comfortable break like that for David Davies.
Second leg, it's David
No
to throw
drama
first.
in regards to the doubles. Loves tops, so you need to get that working for you. You need to get
Game on.
that secret weapon, or the not so secret weapon, should we say nowadays, with David Davies. If you've got a favourite and it's working, you feel good.
$60.
On the flip side of that, if you start missing, you start panicking. Then you start doubting it. You start thinking, do I go to other areas of the board to try and find a bit of success?
80.
And he has had success here recently. As mentioned, last 2 series he's played in. He's won his week and got through to Champions Week. Nobody else in this group has tasted victory, but 3 players tonight, interestingly, have
100.
won specials weeks. Gemma Hayter, a Women's Week winner. Robert Thornton, a double start winner, double trouble. And Danny van Tripe, of course, part of the
97.
Dutch duo that won the first International Pairs Week. And we're going to see the second very, very soon, later this month, live and free on Pluto TV. And it's a really tasty lineup, including, of course, Adrian Lewis's return
100.
to competitive darts when he partners Steve Beaton for Team England.
They're going to lay down the challenge, aren't they, to the Netherlands in their pursuit of defence of the trophy.
60.
Some other very tasty competitors in that as well.
Yeah, the final pair will be revealed on Saturday. We told you yesterday that it will be Team Scotland, but who will be the Tartan Tungsten 2? Tune in on Saturday night to find out.
Also, the big return of Dawson Michelle as well, going alongside Jeff Smith.
84.
Yeah, awesome Dawson.
David, you require 101.
Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Famously beat James Wade in a World Series event.
69.
Ireland and Wales will be represented, but not by either of these players.
I think what we're seeing here is a
David, you
clear
require
difference in experience
32.
between the two players. Which is why we sort of
on the
questioned and
second
looked
leg,
at this
David
as
Davies.
David Davies potentially should have been the favourite for the group. But certainly if he wins
Third
this
leg,
game, he
it's
will
Dean
be
to throw first.
moving to favourite position.
Yeah, totally agree. Just wonder if those odds were heavily influenced by the last 3 days rather than, say, the last 12 months.
62.
Well, as we know, there's a lot of short-term memory in sport.
Sorry, what did you say?
Can't remember, actually.
125.
Something about dinner.
'84.
Davis will be feeling much more comfortable now than he has potentially all week, actually. Averaging in the 90s, he's 2 to the good against the group favourite. And there is a
60.
television in the players' practice room. They would have seen those odds flash up on the screen, and sometimes that can cause a reaction, whether it's external or internal.
51.
Yeah, a lot of players will say, oh, it doesn't matter, I don't care about this, or I don't care about
60.
that, but that's in front of the cameras, when the cameras are rolling. I can guarantee you, for a fact, conversations are very different when there's not a camera around.
134.
A good switch there, good cover to set up the 170 shot and leave a finish, but he's going to be under pressure again if Davies finds another treble.
100. Dean, you require 170. '98.
That's a really big miss with the second dart, but corrected very, very well with the third. Davies isn't going to convert the 156, so Finn coming back, having only had one dart double
100.
so far in the game, should
Dean, you
get
require
at least one more.
72.
The first one was at tops.
Game shown the
This
third
one's in
leg.
tops. As
Dean
Dean
Finn.
Finn halves the deficit.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
David Davies ready to strike there should Dean Finn not take the opportunity. And sometimes in these short format games, they can just get the mind working, especially when you've had
58.
the couple of days that David Davies has had. When you're in a position where you can gain full control now, essentially, the pressure on David Davies here, because he loses this leg, it's a best of 3, and Dean Finn's got the darts back.
31.
The joy of the short format game.
Following this, we'll see Graeme Jenkins taking on Scott Bannerman, who is also here for the
99.
first time. Qualified through the ADC in Wales. Path that David Davies himself followed at first, but now
140.
regularly reappears as an invite.
It's an exciting conversation of pathways, isn't it, that constantly comes up at the moment.
92.
Opportunities at all levels of the sport, from players playing in their local all the way through now to the very, very top of the game for those tour card holders, which have unbelievable opportunities of making Ali Pali now.
44.
I think I worked out that my estimations was only 35 non-tour card holders will miss out on the World Championships.
57.
And £1 million to play for as well.
$84. $99. $140.
Just
David, you
starting
record
to go through the
96.
gears a little bit here, Dean Finn. Starting to lay down the challenge to David Davies, but this could be where the experience really does get shown.
Flag.
That
David
is a
Davies.
clinical, confidence-building shot there for David Davies.
Fifth leg is Dean to throw first.
Yeah, I read it exactly the same way. Dean Finn has basically made his move and David Davies has just kicked him off the stage, basically. Said, I'm not having it, pal.
60.
The damage may be done.
$90.
Neat and tidy around the edge of the dartboard.
125.
Clinical from David Davies, 3 out of 4. And Dean Finn maybe wondering, had that first dart at tops gone in, and that opening leg, would the
43.
scoreline be reading in reverse?
This is where, and I've used this word a few times during this game because it's vital, experience comes into play and individual mentality.
60.
David Davies is not one of those players that would come off the stage and go, where's that been for the last 3 days? And pick out a negative in what has been a positive performance so far. If he is to get the job done here, get the points, get the win, come off stage with a decent performance here where he's been running around the 90 average for the majority of the game, he'll come off and look forward to the 9 games that are ahead, not the 15 that have already gone. And that's key.
29.
And he could get it one here. That's a slip from Dean Finn. Davies will try and leave a finish from this position. He's gone for the 25 here, so he can go back up to that treble 20
105.
and do exactly that.
I like the play, actually, because he knew he had to move across the hockey. And if he had moved across, he'd probably have to come away anyway. So he'd have to have moved and then reset. And
57.
by going down first, it actually
David,
meant that he only had to move and open up the target on the one occasion. Sensible, intelligent play. Well, he left the finish, but wasn't quite the application.
85.
Last start, though,
Dana require 170.
really puts Finn under pressure here to take out the biggest checkout of them all.
129.
Finn can't find the fish. And
David,
now
you require
could find himself
82.
beaten. That leaves double top. And David Davies is off to a winning start.
David
Thanks to
Davies.
some devilish doubling in that contest. He wins 4 out of the 5 legs in the game after hitting 4 out of 5 double attempts in that match. Wonderful performance from David Davies, really turning it on after a disappointing few days in Group A. A win for him. Coming next, Bannerman takes on Jenkins.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And the Modus Super Series champion!
17, but he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
Bosch. Five paces through.
Game, shot, and the match!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to see the third game of Group C, and a couple of players that not as familiar to Super Series viewers as others. But Graeme Jenkins has certainly made a name for himself this week. Jenkins, son of the great raging bull Terry Jenkins, but really produced some good performance as he takes on the Welshman Scott Bannerman, 38 years of age, here on debut as an ADC qualifier, something of an unknown quantity. Also through via that system, the Ledbury Lobber. Graeme Jenkins, 42, and impressed on his debut in Group A. In fact, at the end of the opening day's play, he was at the top of the table, having won 4 of his 5 matches. Great start for him. Managed to win another 4 over the next couple of days and ended up in this group, and he'll be a tough test for Scott Bannerman.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Who will throw first?
Game on.
I'm going to make a prediction here. I think Scott Bannerman's going to struggle with darts going left and low right. So I'm going to go high left, low right, just based on the stance.
98.
But he's a player who's really, really excited to be here at the Super Series. Managed to have a bit of a chat with him before we got play underway,
58.
and the whole time he just had a big beaming smile across his face. Really is enjoying his opportunity here at the Super Series before it even begun. Just loved being in the room,
45.
loved being here. A player that put the darts down, picked them back up during COVID. That's a story we've heard quite a lot in recent times.
100.
And when you come out of COVID, obviously you got more opportunities. Things like the Super Series, which was sort of birthed during that period of time. Opportunity that now you don't have to be at the very elite top part of the game.
Well, there's that stance you were talking about, Mr. Edgar. Look very stretched
85.
apart, those legs.
It's contorted. So the issue here is it's not so much everyone looks at the front
43.
foot. Do you stand toe on? Do you stand side on? That's not relevant. What's relevant is what the back foot does in relation to it. And you can see around the hips, it's all on that torso. It's all on that core. So essentially, it's the player that will
83.
plays for a long period of time and struggles with a bit of back pain. Probably feels a bit of achiness in the shoulder because the shoulder's having to compensate
100.
for the stance.
It almost looks as if he's about to set up an 100-metre sprint. Certainly very precise about the stance. Seen on a couple of occasions, making sure he's putting his foot exactly where he wants it.
He will feel that makes him steady.
41.
It will feel like it's locked in position. But all that is just a pressure point.
100. Scott, you require 100.
And the likelihood is when that unravels, left.
Well, that one flies left, high left. That one goes low right.
11. Graeme, you require
That's
100.
going to be the issue he's going to face.
Can be rescued. Treble 19 would have left the double.
$44. Scott, you require 138. $43. Graeme, you require 56.
This will be the start that Graeme Jenkins was hoping for.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nice clean finish.
Graeme Jenkins.
Building on that confidence, and that
Second leg,
seems
it's
to be
Graeme
the
to throw
story of the
first.
day so far. The
Game on.
players that have been here already, that have had a couple of days on the stage, hitting the stage a bit quicker.
58.
Par beating Kai in the opening game, 4 legs to 2. David Davies, 4-1 victory over Dean Finn. So not been a great start for the players starting their week here.
11.
But this is the issue, left and right.
Yeah, a couple of 11s in a few visits there.
140.
Jenkins will feed off that confidence. He's a quick fire thrower, Graeme Jenkins. Just walks up to the oche and gets rid of the darts as quickly as possible.
123.
Thought we might be about to see a real change of gear from Bannerman there, but that will give him cause for optimism that he's working it out on
82.
that stage.
Do you know, I think that's possibly the most perfect way of putting it. Feels like he's working it out. Because when you do get nervous at times, you start to then analyse your throw. You try and
32.
make sure of things. And it feels like that every single dart is thrown individually. There's a lack of rhythm right now. We're a leg in. He says in his own words that this is an
105.
accelerated progression where he didn't quite expect to be at this point right now. He just wanted to get to a point of playing county darts. And, well, he got that very quickly. And within half a year was in the county A team. Now he's found himself here at the Super Series.
100.
There's going to be a point where it almost
116.
inevitably stalls a little bit.
54.
Unusual last start, that, from Graeme Jenkins. He's left himself a trickier finish than he should have, really.
140. Graeme required 162.
That makes it a little bit trickier. It's the same target. He just won the opening leg on its tops, but it's
22.
wide.
Scott, you require 95.
So choices here for Bannerman. I'm very careful not to call him Banana Man, you know. I'm trying my hardest. He's gone for the treble 19, now the treble 20.
59. Graeme required 40.
Felt a bit risky, that did.
On the second leg, Graeme Jenkins.
Hit the treble, he would have busted the score. But what a program
Delegate
that was,
Scott
eh?
to throw
Banana Man.
first.
You might have just given the nickname here. When we was here before, there was a player who I kind of went round the houses and nicknamed Mr. Bean, of which, since he's got home, all he's ever had is Mr. Bean. He's got various AI images
41.
created of himself as Mr. Bean, and it's followed him round now for the rest of time. You may have just done the same here with Banana Man.
140.
I think he's got Scotty Too Hotty on that star-spangled Bannerman shirt.
It's already taken.
Yeah, Scott Waits, of course.
$85. $85.
I may need to get that changed.
There's not many people that play in yellow either, is there? Just Chizzy,
Yep.
Scott Williams.
46.
No one plays in yellow and blue, the colours of Banana Man.
Could adopt
140.
the Steve Hine approach and throw fruit into the crowd on his walk-ons.
Don't think he'd be as popular as Muffins.
$59.
Well, every game so
Graham,
far
you're
won against a
136.
throw by a player that's already played here this week, and this one looks like it's going to be going in the same direction.
96.
Just not settling at the moment, completely void of rhythm. What he needs is he just needs to start finding some straight darts. That's
100.
good. Nice visit,
Rating
straight
required,
darts, because he's not had too many of those. Almost feels like... What?
That has to be a slip, doesn't it? That's all that it could have been.
Maybe he just
32.
loves double 13.
Scott, you require 170.
Well, if the opponent now takes out 170 from nowhere, that will really sting. Oh, and it did flick off the dart, didn't it? That was already in the bed.
98. Graham, you require 8.
Just showing signs of frustration there as Bannerman struggled to get his darts out of the board.
Game
But
shot
no trouble this time for
Graeme
the baby bull,
Jenkins.
Graeme Jenkins.
Full flag, it's Graeme to throw first. Game on.
It is interesting as well when you look at other things in darts, such as dartitis, because you tend to find
41.
that there's a seed planted somewhere that sort of grows. And a lot of time it comes from moments like that where you snatch a dart or you slip a dart and you sort of have this really weird feeling as you throw it because it doesn't feel normal. And you sort of
95.
fear doing that again. You fear almost embarrassment from it. And you obviously don't want to have that feeling again. So you end up trying to make
40.
certain, you try to make sure. And with everyone I've worked with around that sort of issue, you tend to find there is sort of like a moment like that that really triggers.
$44.
This is where we're also hoping Graeme Jenkins isn't watching the game back a bit later on today.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
Sometimes things just happen, don't they? Mistakes from time to time. Don't have to read too much into every single one. Especially when you're still winning the match at a canter.
36.
I think my prediction's looking quite solid though about that line cutting across
120.
at the moment for Bannerman, and my concern would be that I think if pressure increases as the intensity of this group starts to warm up, I think that may become even more prominent. Really does need just
97.
a couple of
Graeme,
visits
you require
just to
160.
get the dart straight, even just 60s, just something to be able to build on, to know that the arm's coming through
60.
straight.
Yeah, this is a struggle for Scott, isn't it? And Jenkins has taken full advantage.
$40. Graeme, you require 100.
Plenty of time for a 4-0 success.
40. $76.
Well, it was a big reaction
Graeme,
after that
requires
first
60.
start went so far wayward. But Bannerman has 4 more games today. 9 over the course of 2 days to try and find his
40.
feet.
Scott, you
The
require
first target will be
130.
the first leg, or indeed the first start at double. He hasn't had one yet. Can he get one here?
Very laboured, isn't it? Very laboured
81.
performance, just
Graeme,
slow to the
required
hockey,
20.
just trying to make sure, but Jenkins could make sure here with a double 5.
10.
Ended
Scott,
up being
you
a bit of a
require
problem, that dart on the wire.
32.
Wasn't able to use it, and now we get to see how Bannerman is going to deal with the outer ring.
Double 16.
Game
Straight
from the
in, no
fourth
trouble
leg.
at all.
Scott Bannerman.
Well, that could be the settler
Fifth
that
leg, it's
Scott
Scott to
needed.
throw
This
first.
game may
Game
be
on.
beyond him, but it's never over till it's over, certainly in this short format. But it'll feel much better not being 4-0, won't it, when he walks back in the practice room?
Yeah, and a puff of the cheeks there as well on the retrieval there for Bannerman, which
100.
I find quite interesting. I've mentioned a few times today that the chat I had with him earlier just couldn't stop him from smiling. Everything he was talking about was a
59.
big smile on his face and excitement. Where's that gone? It's like the second he's got to the hockey, it's like he's trying to be serious. And sometimes you just got to go with what you are. If you're here and you're happy to be here and it's all great, play with that smile. Can sometimes just
77.
overthink it a little bit.
I haven't been into the practice room, so I don't know, how he's practicing, but I
30.
would guess that he's probably throwing a little bit slower on the stage, taking his time over the visits a little bit more. As you said, his eyes are bulging, his face is really focused,
60.
and you get the sense of someone who's really fighting and fighting and trying and trying.
45.
Lack of freedom.
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating game starts, isn't it? Where it feels like the harder you try, the worse you get.
However,
140.
that 140 puts him on 124 after a dozen darts. Best leg he's put together so far.
81. Scott, you require 120.
Graeme Jenkins isn't in a position to stop him holding. This game is getting close. I think he just had to stop and double and triple check that Jenkins wasn't on a finish, because that's not a position he's been in this match.
Yeah, Jenkins finding nothing at the moment. He's now starting to go wayward. Lots of 5, lots of 1s.
9.
And that's
Scott, you require
social media
32.
for the day sorted. A 9 for Jenkins.
And he's been perfect on the doubles, has Bannerman. 1 out of 1. Becomes 1 out of 2. Becomes 2 out of 3.
Scott Bannerman.
And it becomes
Fifth leg,
2-3
it's
on
Graeme
the
to
scoreboard.
throw
Jenkins
first.
now
Game
may
on.
need to win this leg.
$60.
Two very, very unusual grips, though, here, aren't they, from the players? Bannerman appears to have every single finger on the dart. Even the little finger there, the pinky, looks to be resting on the point and coming over the top of the
81.
dart as well, which means that release point has to be spot on. Because if that release point isn't rare, if the fingers aren't getting off the dart quick enough, he's just going to drag them down.
180.
And Jenkins has the point facing down, which is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, you can't see the dart at all in his hand, the way he holds it. A little bit Ronnie Baxter-esque.
100.
Obviously, height is a factor as well. Graeme Jenkins a little bit taller than the average dart player and playing darts a lot better than the average dart
125.
player right now. Down to a finish after 9. Just as you were starting to send up the flares and the distress signals, Bannerman was starting to up his game. Jenkins is making his move.
32. Graeme, you reckon 136. $100.
36 left after 12. Bannerman can only hit and hope now.
$140. Graeme, you require 36.
Does a hit bit. 140 to leave a finish, but it's double 18 for Jenkins to get the victory in the end. He may have felt it should have been 4-0 in the end. Bannerman bit back, but Jenkins crosses a line and continues that trend of all of the players that have come in from Group A winning their opening matches and all the newcomers, all the incomers losing. It's Jenkins beating Bannerman by 4 legs to 2. After the break, we'll see the return of Riihonen and Dean Finn.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're 3 games into Group C, and we've seen the 3 winners come from Group A, including the man at the back of the stage right now, Per Riihonen, who's going to take on Dean Finn, favourite before a dart was thrown to win this group. That may well have changed since his defeat to David Davies when he went down to a 4-1 scoreline. Riihonen got the better of Kai Smith of Australia 4-2, and then Graeme Jenkins beating the debutant Scott Bannerman
First leg,
by that same 6-leg scoreline.
Game on.
All of those victories coming against the throw as well. And I think with both David Davies and Per Riihonen, we've seen a different
35.
player than those that were on the stage yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued now to see how this goes for Riihonen, because when we look back sort of 10, 15 years ago and we look at darts first starting coming out of Sweden, he was one of the players that really did fly the flag alongside Magnus Carris. And, you know, he's reached last 16s on Pro Tours, and even in recent times, we judge people against the likes of the measuring sticks of Andreas Harrison. When we look at the Nordic Baltic system, Riihonen's got not just one, but multiple victories over Andreas Harrison, which means he's still playing a very serious level of darts. And maybe now he's been on the stage, got the win against Kai Smith, a good confident performance, averaged around 90 for the majority of that match. Do we see that player come through who has reached the last 16 of a Pro Tour, which is no easy feat?
60.
Yeah, good call, actually, to remember those Swedish stars that paved the way, and he's one of them. We've seen in recent times, obviously, the flag bearers, Matt 100. Mentioned Andreas Harrison, but the likes of Anton Ursland, Daniel Larsson, Oskar Lekasiak.
85.
But Magnus Carris, that is a blast from the past. Lady Gaga wrote a song about him.
71.
Did slightly lose the poker face, though, didn't he, against Steve Beaton that time?
Yeah, that was... have a look on YouTube when you get time. Didn't reflect his nickname there. Good darts here from Dean Finn to tee up tops. And this Swede will need something supersized to hold on to his throw. And he may well get it. 85 remaining. Can't locate the second treble
105
of the combination. So Finn returns 40 for double 20.
Game shot on the first leg. Dean Finn. Second leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Quite surprised you haven't tried your tactics so far yet today, Murph. We've seen every player so far on the stage. We've had a look at everyone's equipment, and there's some really nice jazzy darts out there. I'm surprised you haven't tried your old Jim McEwen trick.
100.
Having that trick worked a treat. Jim McEwen presented me with a lovely set of his gold and royal blue darts.
I mean, these look
60.
quite a jazzy pair. Or set, because there's 3 of them, not 2.
It's the flights that catch my eye for Dean Finn.
57.
They're perfect.
Very good. Yeah, they are. They're different now, aren't they? Very, very different.
That'll take quite some time in a machine, and that's what runs up the
45.
cost of the dart as well, the machine time, which is why darts are getting more expensive these days, because people like these more jazzy cuts and looks.
43.
I have to say, I've tried throwing with the Jim McEwen darts, and I cannot throw them anything like he can.
I kind of feel that's not the dart, though.
22.
They just don't suit me. I've not found a set that do yet.
They're set out there for everybody.
Yeah, I think magnetic ones might be better for me.
60.
Well, the question I posed at the start of this game was, are we going to see Parr now come out with a bit of confidence after getting that win? And it actually seems to be going the other way.
100.
Seems to be getting a little bit more methodical again with it. And I think that's the story of this group so far. I think other than David Davies, everyone's looked a little bit wooden, a little bit
59.
void of rhythm, not allowing themselves to just do what got them here in the first place. I mean, that there, dart 2 and 3, much better, much more fluent. Didn't get the result. And sometimes when the dartboard's not giving you the answers, you try and search for them, even though you may have already worked it out.
135.
Playing like a favourite, though, now, Dean Finn.
$148. Dean required 47.
Well, any double will do if he gets a go at it. Finn found tops.
Game
First
shot on
dart,
the second
first leg,
leg.
finds tops, first dart.
Dean Finn.
In the following leg.
Third leg, it's paired to throw first. Game on. $140. $134. $100. $100.
You'll see no reason why he can't come out of today with 4 wins.
85.
Arguably played the toughest opponent already, Dean Finn, and he looks much more comfortable in this fixture.
It's probably the player with the most relevant sort of experience level as well at the moment with playing on the
59.
Challenge Tour, because he'll be used to playing at this sort of standard of darts. Parr, as we know, taking on the Nordic-Baltic system, but I think the thing with the Nordic-Baltic system is you tend to find that the levels are very
86.
varied. You can get through the first couple of rounds without really having any sort of worry, and then all of a sudden you're going against the likes of Andreas Harrison. It's like just flipping a switch very quickly.
180. Pay require 90.
He's going to have to flip that switch very quickly here because what looked comfortable is now under pressure after that 180 from Finn. That looks inviting.
60.
Tried to just go down the barrel there.
28.
Ended up nosediving. Dean Finn looking for the double breaker throw. Full control.
Well, not quite as precise on that double as he was on double top, but he finds it with the second dart. And Finn is flying now.
Full flag, it's Dean to throw first.
And he'll be feeling good, not because he's 3-0 up, but because the doubles are going in with no fuss, no drama. He's not getting drawn into that. And when that's going well, you can have that and rely on it.
97.
You know you get a chance it can go.
Yeah, and he's finishing for the day. Already is
140.
an extremely high standard.
Yeah, 4 from 7 at the moment for Dean Finn. And if he can get his scoring going the way he's doing at the back end of this game, he's going to demonstrate why the odds compilers thought he was the favourite, not David Davies. Average 91.07 at the moment. It's not that par's not producing anything. It's averaging in the mid-80s for the majority of this game. So Finn's having to resist, and he's resisting well.
Davies will return in a couple of games' time. He's going to face Scott Bannerman. But before that, Graeme Jenkins faces Kai Smith.
34. $100. $100.
We've seen him have 2 attempts at 170 already. First time he got the first dart correct. The second time he got 2 darts correct. Is it third time
45.
lucky for Dean Finn?
Dean, you require 170.
Knows the answer, but he won't mind as he closes in on a comprehensive
90.
victory.
$59. Dean, you require 80.
Big breath, taking his time on the approach, trying to make sure of this. Not only would it be a good win, it'd be good in regards to the legs column. 5-5 for the match.
75.
Well, it looked like the previous game was done and dusted at a similar point to this, but then Scott Bannerman suddenly found something. Can Riihonen do the same thing here? Treble 20 would leave double 16. Oh, that's a good dart. Used the one above it to keep his hopes alive.
96. Dean, you require
A
5.
miss for the Swede. Wow, and a wild one from his opponent.
They require 16.
Demonstrating that match darts are a lot harder to hit than just winning a leg. Talking to wild ones.
Game shot
Well, we're perhaps seeing the 2 hardest doubles hit there, weren't we? The first one and the last one.
The flag, it's pair to throw
Professor
first.
John Part always says that they're the hardest,
Game
the
on.
first one to get on the board in a match and then the one to win the match. But Riihonen is on the board and now throwing to
96.
make Finn sweat a little bit.
Gotta say, I agree with what John Part says on that one as well. Because regardless of what level you're at,
100.
you've always got that little bit of a fear factor that you're going to get nilled.
$80. 60. $180.
I feel like this is going to be a bit of a cop-out here, saying that there's a lot more rhythm appearing in the par game now after he's hit the maximum, but just seems to have took out that woodenness, just seems to have took out that sort of pause within the throw just much quicker. It's working well for him, just purely playing now on trust and feel.
35.
Having a little chuckle to himself in the background there.
42. Pay you require 110.
Can he repair? Well, he can't, but Finn can't do anything
54.
to stop him winning this leg here.
$140. Pay require 56. $16. Daniel requires 66.
Always one that tempts you into the bullseye, this shot.
Well, he avoided that temptation and he teed up tops, which he's been absolutely sublime on, not just in this game, but so far today. And that is a win for Dean Finn, who picks up his first 2 points and becomes the 4th player to win a match so far today. Finn with a 4-1 victory. Kai Smith looking for his first win when he takes on Graeme Jenkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's a showdown of the sons now on the live lounge stage as Kai Smith, Smith Jr., who is in action this week with his father, Raymond, who's already made it through to finals night, takes on Graeme Jenkins, son of the legendary Terry Jenkins. And I'm sure both of those mentioned darting dads will be watching this one. Before we focus on these players,
First leg, it's Graeme to throw
just
first.
a word on the
Game on.
the fathers. Raymond we'll see on Saturday, of course, and it could be an incredible story. He could win a second Super Series title, having never experienced not winning on that stage. But Terry Jenkins, what a career he had. And I think I probably speak for everybody in darts when I say that I just wish he'd won one of those major finals.
100.
The game's so close. I mean, he'll probably be delighted with the career he's had. I think there's a lot that could be made of
85.
certain comments or questions where people say, oh, well, he never won one, but the amount of finals he reached, the Premier League campaigns, the titles he won on the floor events, I'm sure he'll be delighted with that, and I'm sure his bank account will be too.
Yeah, it doesn't do too badly from the antiques that he wheels and deals, does it?
52.
But the baton, and certainly in terms of darts, has been passed on now to Graeme, who's given a good account of himself, making his own name. And that's what both these players will be hoping to do. Kai with the extra motivation of trying to join his father on the stage on Saturday night.
That'd make an interesting feature as well, wouldn't it? Like hidden talents or other things that the players get up to. We know that Terry Jenkins is quite often found at various lots and auctions or car boots trying to find
26.
some antiques.
Yeah, a lot of the dart players here, I mean, some of the dart players that play on the professional tour
26.
have day jobs, if you like, and the majority of dart players that play here will have. We could come and follow you, Matthew, but your life is just completely consumed by darts, isn't it?
Yeah.
56.
Just various different forms of it.
$63.
Yeah, we won't stretch it to the commentators. Don't want to spend a day watching Henry Deakin count his money.
16. Graeme, you reckon 135.
135. The ball found. 85 remaining. Treble 15 next.
69.
And if he can fill this up, well, he can't, but he would have left himself on tops.
92. Graeme, you reckon 66.
Found a lot of success in game number one on tops.
26.
Persisting
so you require
with that
110.
attempt on the target not to be. This is just starting to get a little bit concerning.
52.
Opening game for Kai
Graeme,
Smith, I said I
40.
felt it was vital that he starts well. You feel that he needed to find some confidence.
20.
Well, sometimes fair misses
58.
can help you get that, and Jenkins has opened the door here. Can Kai capitalise? 18. Tees up tops. Double 10. Oh, right on the
38.
wire.
Graeme, you require 20. Game shot in the first leg. Graeme
I agree.
Jenkins.
Sometimes your opponent missing does give you confidence. That could be happening right now for Graeme Jenkins. Because when you come to something like the Super Series,
Game on.
you almost have it in your head that the level is going to be unbelievable. You hear people come out with that silly statement about Q School, don't they? If you don't average 100, there's no point in going. No one gets through Q School with 100 average.
100.
It's normally a lot lower than what you sort of expect it to be. And you can come to something like this, you can think you need to
44.
bring your A-star game, and then when you see your opponent missing, you go, well, actually, this isn't exactly what I expected it to be. I'm going to be all right here.
Well, that first leg, case in point, a 28 dart holder throw.
$140.
I think it's a fair point that Matthew's just made. If you averaged 100 at Q School, you've probably got beaten first round every day with 100 average.
91.
Yeah, it's very overestimated. It's the same on the Pro Tour as well. The Pro Tour standard, very overestimated. Again, people think it needs to be around the 100, but
100.
93 will probably get you in the top 32 according to actual backed up stats and data.
$100. $49. Kaya require 150.
150 on offer here for Smith, and Jenkins hasn't left to finish, so a little bit of breathing space for the Australian.
$56. $63.
Wow.
Kaya require 94.
3 trebles and a score of 63. Good dart, that. Good find for double six.
88. Graeme, you require 105. $65. Kaya require 6.
When you're struggling, this is probably the last double you want to be taking aim at. That's not a bad dart, but it's made it more difficult. And now he's only got half the bed to aim at, if that. Oh, what a fantastic dart that is from Kai Smith. To level up this game. May only be a double three, but it was half the bed at best, and he found it under an enormous amount of pressure.
140.
Well, I have managed to go back to that conversation and get the actual statistical data of those players that got through Q School.
55.
And of everyone who picked up their card, they hit the bracket of numbers which I always say you need.
81.
If you're going to be successful at Q School, you need to average between 83, which is what the lowest one was, Max Slavinsky, all the way up to Bradley Brooks, who dominated Q School, averaging 93. 83 to 93 is 18
99.
darts to 16 darts, which is 6 visits to the board. That is your formula.
60.
Quite a long way of saying I agreed with you, actually, isn't it, really? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we can agree that the standard we're seeing in this one so far wouldn't do too much damage at Q School. The pair need to pick it up.
31.
Something to work with.
Yeah, that's the ideal dart, isn't it? That first one. Top wire, just sitting up. Try and play into the barrel.
79. Kaya require 116.
Well, this would be for a break. And it's on. The single. Okay. Oh,
no score.
He's gone and bust it.
Graeme, you require 110.
The treble wasn't wanted, but it did leave him a double. That double was double one. What at 116, scored 115. And Jenkins
70.
Can't quite make him pay.
Kaya require 116.
You know the rest.
96. Graeme require
Same result, just pulling low on the top target.
Game shot on the third egg. Graeme Jenkins.
But Graeme Jenkins keeping this game going with throw, which is something we haven't seen yet so far today.
To throw first. Game on.
All 4 of the opening first games going against the darts.
Well, Graeme Jenkins, I have to say, compared to what we saw on Monday, hasn't played particularly well so far today. Could find himself
54
out in front after the first couple of sets of fixtures.
$34.
Can go one of 2 ways. You can say to yourself, well, I've not played well, but I'm getting results, so when I start playing well, I'm not going to be able to be touched. Or you feel vulnerable. And right now, looking at the demeanour, looking at the body language of Graeme, you'd say it's more the latter.
$96. $81.
And that first start all too often finds itself in the fat 1 for Kai Smith.
97. $96. $81.
Much better. Really opens up the bed as well, does that?
100.
Not surprised to see him stay there.
$58.
It's one of those games where both players will just be thinking,
just 70.
one more dart, just an extra 5-10% of my game, which should be quite easy to find because we know that the levels the players have got. Ops for tops.
50. Graeme, you record 135.
Just dropping low on all those high targets at the moment. So coming back for double 10 will probably be a bit of a benefit.
You require 20.
That's what he wants.
10.
But fails to find it.
Graeme, you require 86.
See, he had to have a bit of a regrip there as well. Just
game shot on the
comfortable in the
4th
passing
leg.
of the dart, and
Graeme
that's not going to make him
Jenkins.
feel any better. Graeme Jenkins a breaker throw, and
It's
now
Graeme to throw first.
full control of this one. He's
Game
one leg, he's got 2 of which he'll throw first. And he's starting to step it up a little, but that's the concern for Graeme Jenkins right now. The amount of darts that are
77.
straying into the 5s and 1s.
Yeah, this game isn't over. If Smith can
140.
just get a bit more consistent. I think we're seeing that actually, starting to put in a few more visits where the first start's right, therefore he's able to follow.
81.
Well, there's still an opportunity in this match. He's got to do it the hard way. He needs to break twice. That's the dart he needs to eradicate. That first dart going into the 1 and then causing him to really play catch up for the rest of the visit.
$100.
My mind was just trying to wander back to see when I could remember Graeme Jenkins having 3 straight darts, and pops in a nice ton. Kai Smith rising to the challenge now. Things really warming up here.
43. Kai, you require 100. $68.
Using the time of which he's earned there to stay away from that top side of the board. It's not been working for him. Opting to come down now on the double 16.
Kai, you
But
require
Jenkins
32.
there. Should Kai Smith not be able to convert?
Game
Really good leg of darts
Kai Smith.
from Kai Smith. A 13 dart.
Sixth leg,
Break
it's Kai
a
to throw
throw.
first.
Gets one of the 2 breaks that he requires to win this game.
Game on.
Has to hold in between.
$95.
Starting to find more landing in the red.
$58.
We said it wouldn't take much to turn this one around. 5-10% extra. It's not like Graeme Jenkins was in front, putting in a
59.
dominant performance. He was just taking the opportunities that presented.
$180. $58.
Oh, look at this. Where's this come from for Graeme
133.
Jenkins? 5 perfect darts there. Gets him down to a finish after 9.
They're looking to slam the door shut.
81. Graeme, you've recorded
One
130.
player made the move, the other one has counteracted. Got choices.
Makes a good one.
90.
Can't quite complete the combo. Will return for the top target. I think we've seen glimpses from Kai Smith. This was a little bit better.
44.
But in this group,
Graeme, you
it
require
can get
40.
too late very quickly. And that is 2 defeats from 2 for the Aussie and 2 wins from 2 for Graeme Jenkins, who, despite not finding that peak performance level that we saw earlier in the week, is unbeaten from his first couple of games in Group C. David Davies will be looking to have the same record when he takes on Scott Bannerman after this short break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're getting a little bit of shaping now in regards to the table. We know Graeme Jenkins, winning both of his games so far today, has put him to the top, where Kai Smith, back-to-back 4-2 defeats, have seen him move to the bottom. David Davies will have his eyes on the top prize, looking to finish in position 1, put himself through to another Saturday night, taking on Scott Bannerman here, player on debut, a player who knows David Davies very well. In fact, it was David Davies who was the first person to send a message
David to throw first. Game on.
to Scott Bannerman, straight on the phone when Scott Bannerman qualified through his ADC qualifier, to say, congratulations, welcome to the Super Series party. I bet when he sent that message, he maybe didn't
85.
expect that he'd be playing in the same group as him, though.
Absolutely, and even at the start of this week, I don't think, he wouldn't have expected it. Really surprising to see David Davies only pick up 3 wins across 3 days. But he knows what it takes to get through to a finals night. He's done it every which way possible. And I think on the evidence of what we've seen so far, there's only one outcome in this match.
180.
Just cannot see the man we're now calling Banana Man being a potential banana skin for David Davies.
97.
Well, we wouldn't have been able to see that on the evidence of what we've seen so far, but I bet David Davies has seen quite a lot from Bannerman that would keep him on his toes here.
100.
Both David Davies and Richard Rowlands, both players that have sort of been a bit inspirational to Bannerman.
Well, Mr. Edgar, I'm feeling very generous today. I said I'd let you see everybody play. I've actually let you see them play
David,
twice
you require 136.
before asking you who's going through from this group.
I think we're watching one of them players right now.
Might be watching him take out a 1-3-6 checkout.
120.
So close. So David Davies and...
I like what I've seen so far from Dean Finn. I think everybody else has shown a few frailties and inconsistencies, and
59.
this group is all about
David, you
just
require 16.
finding that consistent level around about that 85 plus, and they seem the most reliable, but that a bit puzzling there from David Davies.
On the first leg.
Quite
David
fortunate
Davies.
to have thrown it outside the board there, but does recover it well with the second dart.
Second leg, it's Scott to
Takes the
throw
early lead.
first. Game on.
Yeah, first leg goes away of Davies in this Welsh derby.
Sort of had an on-off
140.
relationship with darts as Scott. Played it when he was in his teens, then stopped, then started again, then had a family, then stopped. Makes you wonder how many people have got the same sort of story as Scott when lockdown hit during COVID, everybody's all indoors, looking for something to do. How many people did turn to the sport of darts?
Well, it's in many ways a story of what we're watching right now, isn't it? The Super Series itself began with dart players playing each other from their own homes.
58.
One of the few sports that was possible.
Very unusual feeling, though, it was. I actually really, really struggled during that sort of darts at home phase. I really was riddled playing the games with
81.
an anxiety as such. Almost dartitis with it. Really couldn't get on with it. Where some people really thrived in that sort of era.
57.
Yep. And then it evolved to a socially distanced darts studio in Southampton, and then the social distancing was able to be removed. In fact, in that socially distanced darts studio, an extra precaution meant there was no referee in there, were there? So you had to shout out your own score as you retrieve your darts.
It was a strange period of time, wasn't it? I remember going to a socially distanced show. It was a circus, but the clown, when he sung the Happy Birthday, had to sit facing into the circle because he couldn't sing normally.
Remember a socially distanced night at Alexandra Palace, the first night of the World Championship, and then
60.
The crowd were banned again for the remainder of the
David
tournament.
require 118.
118 for David Davies.
$58. Scott, you require 90.
Well, if you can stay straight, you'll get a prod at least the bullseye.
$48. David requires 60.
Well, we know he's a big fan of this target. We know it's working well for him in game number one. And continues to be the case.
David Davies.
David Davies, it's fair to say, has stepped it up. He is the standard bearer of this group, averaging 96.97 right now.
Game on.
Yeah, he's producing much better than he did over the first 3 days. And maybe that positive outlook that you mentioned will be a big part of that.
You need it when you're playing a week here at the Super Series. It's a long time, it's a lot of darts, you can't dwell on the past. There's always opportunities.
11.
Remember the first time I played this format, I think my thought was, well, it's harder to get knocked out of it than to get through it.
$140.
He's just going through these ebbs and flows, isn't he, Scott Bannerman? Really searching at the moment.
40.
Just far too many fives, which was the concern with the stance. It's always promoting
59.
those fives. Going to have to release early. But to release early, you've got to be confident.
$44.
Catching a little bit and over adjusts dramatically there, David Davies, much to his own bemusement.
76.
And there it is again.
It's just that high five all the time.
44.
And it's one of those things that I only see heightening as the intensity gets higher for him right now, because as much as you come in here and you've got no expectation, when you see the hope dwindling away, it's going to add pressure.
David Davies dismissing Scott Bannerman at the moment, like he's not even there.
Well, the gap in the average of nearly 30 points would suggest there is no game going on right now. Well, certainly no match.
David, you require
a little play on words.
100.
And tops. In tops.
Game shown the
a tidy ton
egg.
for Davies.
David Davies.
To lead 3-0.
Four-legged Scott to throw first.
So he looks set to join Graeme Jenkins at the top of the table after the first couple of rounds of fixtures have been played.
And to counteract the high five, we'll have some low ones. It's that cut.
21.
Because that's the exact cut he shapes with his body.
$60. $100. $57.
Well, this is better.
140.
I've got a feeling that tonight's action might be a little tastier. Charlie Martin, a good performer when he's been here in the past. We've got
85.
Danny Van Tripe and Cameron Carolison, who was excellent, I thought, in Group A, joining Robert Thornton. Great to see him back. And Gemma Hayter, who I think she just ran out of time at that Women's World Match play. The short format, the same format as here for a quarter-final of a major tournament. And she didn't get going until she was 3-0 down. Still missed a match start against Fallon Sherrick.
Something we know that from the interview she's had, the comments she's made, and certainly her social media posts, that she was very, very proud of even being there in the first place. One who I'm sure will be back there again in a year's time.
$60. $140.
Pressure applied here.
Scott, you require 80.
I haven't seen anyone lose 4-0 yet. Bannerman hoping to avoid being the first.
Game shown the four flag. Scott
does
Bannerman.
avoid being
Fifth
nil.
leg is David to throw first. Game on.
Same sort of vibe as the game he had with Jenkins, isn't it, in the opening, where it looked like he was going to get blown away, and then every time he had an opportunity, he took out the checkouts. And again, it just makes you wonder, doesn't it? David Davies will be aware of what Bannerman is capable of. Is there potentially a little bit of worry that he may start to produce it? Because David Davies is probably in one of those positions where the rest of the group aren't. For the rest of the group, they're seeing what's happening at the moment with Bannerman and thinking, right, okay, there's potentially points there. But if you know that player and you know they've got more in the locker.
59.
My mind goes back to last year when Tavis Dudney came here. And he wasn't really producing the goods. He didn't really play too well, but we knew he could at any point because he's got the quality. Now he's a tour card holder. And if the players came into that group unaware of who he was, that sort of ignorance could be bliss. David Davies does not have that luxury. He's also done something I really keep going on about, how much I hate leaving that 3-4-2. If you hit one treble 20, you cannot use the 19 as the cover.
78.
Well, 3 trebles, but 2 unwanted ones for Bannerman, and it looks like it's going to be an unwanted outcome as well as Davies closes in on a second win from as many matches.
Yeah, down the local would call that the big 180, when you get a treble 5, treble 1 and a treble 20. You've got the left-handed 180 when you hit 45 using 3 treble 5s.
Here we go. If that had been spoken into existence, I'd have been asking you for the lottery numbers.
55. $45.
My favourite trick is when I try and throw out a treble 20, actually hit a treble 18, and then just carry on throwing there as if, oh yeah, that's what I meant to do in the first place.
And I've learned that as well, actually, not to make jokes about things like, you know, lottery predictions
43.
and numbers and things, because I once did a silly video where I put on a fake beard, pretending to be a time traveller. I had a lot of messages from people asking to interview the time traveller.
41.
Well, at the moment, it's Bannerman who's wishing he could go back in time and start again. His day not going the way he would have hoped so far. And the problem is when you've got strong players like Davies, like Graeme, Jenkins, like Dean Finn, experienced players.
95. David, you
very
require
quickly you run out of matches in these 2-day groups, particularly this one. And if he loses this one, which it looks like he's about to do, he's going to have to go and beat Dean Finn in his next game. And he has lost it by virtue of 114 clean kill from David Davies, who does indeed double his points tally in Group C. A disappointing first 3 days, but a fabulous start to his fourth. 2 wins from 2 for him, 2 wins from 2 for Graeme Jenkins as well. And he's back, taking on Riihonen next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've seen 6 games so far. This is what's happened in them. Wins, well, 2 wins apiece for David Davies and Graeme Jenkins, and 1 apiece for Riihonen and Dean Finn, meaning that Kai Smith and Scott Bannerman are yet to get off the mark on debut, and therefore find themselves at the foot of the table. Finn and Riihonen in the middle, and Davies and Jenkins unbeaten at the top. And Graeme is back in action in the next game, taking on Riihonen, who could join him on 4 points, or we could see Jenkins make it a hat-trick of wins, and that despite not being quite at the level he was for much of Group A.
No, it hasn't really happened, has it, really, for Graeme Jenkins? And I think a lot of this is going to come down to how he processes this and how he processes that information, and I think we're going to learn a lot about him over the next couple of games or a couple of hours worth of play, because Graeme Jenkins, yes, he's been getting the wins. Does that make him feel confident? Does that make him feel good? Or
first leg, it's paired to throw first. Game on.
Does he sit at the top of the table, looking over his shoulder, thinking, well, I could be vulnerable here because I'm not quite on my game?
100.
Yeah, fits and starts for Jenkins. Plays at speed, doesn't he? And
81.
often wonder if that is... It puts so much more emphasis on the first start.
And that's the one that's been going wayward a lot of times for him, losing the line on the 20s.
60.
Lots of 5s, lots of 1s. There we go again, straight into 5s without opening dart.
50. 60.
It's the opening dart every time, isn't it?
95.
As you say, very, very important with players that like to play on rhythm and feel. First dart's always the hardest one.
100. 73.
Not sure I understand the use of the bullseye there, though.
28. 65. Pay require 153.
Chucks it in there again. Maybe been playing a bit of soft tip recently.
Towards the end of yesterday, he was just throwing at the bull quite often. All 3 darts.
Maybe he's paying tribute to his father, the bull.
40. Graeme require 137.
I'd love to see that celebration that we used to see from Terry Jenkins.
31. Pay require 113. 57. Graeme, you require 106.
Well, bull 6 bull. Okay, do it your way, Graeme. That's the way Jenkins takes the opening leg.
Graeme Jenkins.
A ton-topping combination.
Second leg, it's Graeme to throw first. Game on.
Almost looks like he's surprising himself when he hits something good.
140.
Makes you wonder as well how many times Graeme Jenkins has been in this position where he's playing this much darts in such a short amount of time.
43.
Can just find that it blurs into one.
60. 41.
He said he gets that first start right, he starts to build, and that's what seems to be happening right now for Graeme. Good leg, looking to confirm that breaker throw.
100.
But there's nothing settled about anything at the moment with Part. Starting to shake the head, which normally is not a positive sign. Darts going low.
$100. Graeme, you require 120. $62.
Gone for 20 bull there. I mean, the treble 20 did appear to be a bit blocked, but it's not like his opponent's on a finish where he has to take it out.
Just loves a bull.
34. Graeme, you require 58.
Conventional here, 18 tops. And that looks like a decent guide.
38.
Went the wrong side.
$140. Graeme, you require 20.
Double 10 then. Becomes double 5.
Game
and that's
on
found.
the second leg. Graeme
Jenkins doubles his lead. Following this, Dean Finn will take on Scott Bannerman.
Third leg, it's pair to throw first.
David Davies
Game on.
then goes up against Kai Smith. Jenkins still has Finn and Davies to play.
60.
Arguably the two hardest fixtures in the group, so you will be delighted to go into those final games with 3 wins from 3.
41. $100. $60.
Not yet a player who's put his name down for his home trophy yet.
81.
Just having a look through the entries for the Sweden Open on the WDF circuit. That's coming up in just a couple of weekends' time.
140.
Maybe he's holding up his entry because he thought it could be in Champions Week. Champions Week would be a
42.
clash with the Swedish Open. 2 silver events in Malmo.
40.
One thing I can tell you about there, it's not cheap.
I thought you were going to come out with a Henry Deacon-esque nugget of knowledge about the location that he revealed earlier in the week that Danny Van Tripe was from the same hometown as Vincent van Gogh.
60.
Which is ironic because when I'm sat next to Henry Deacon, I want to cut my ears off as well.
Okay, I'll give you some pearls of wisdom then. They're probably all around the cost of things, actually. Taxis are expensive. It's expensive to eat out.
Graeme, you require 100.
Hotels?
Not cheap. 130 quid for a meal for 2.
Pay, you require 152.
You will insist on eating 2 meals when you're by yourself, Matt.
I can now see why Pa maybe not have entered the tournament in 2 weeks' time.
40. Graeme, you require 120.
Henry knows that was tongue-in-cheek, by the way, before you all at me. Jenkins getting at Riihonen here.
80.
Couldn't take out the 120.
Pay, require 112.
Can the Swede succeed with the 112? Well, he can still do it. Treble 19.
27. Graeme, you require.
He started the day with a bit of promise, didn't he? Won that first match 4-2 against Kai Smith, but that optimism is quickly fading.
8.
wasn't just a win against Kai Smith.
85.
It was a quality performance, 88.81, regularly around the 90, just dipped off a little bit at the end. But just can't keep him straight at the moment.
$45. Graeme, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Graeme
Jenkins 3-0 up in this match, and every single leg has taken 20 darts or more.
Fourth leg, it's Graeme to throw first. Game on.
But we can only call it as it is when we're watching from this position here at the Super Series. And if you are new
59.
to this 24/7 darts channel on Pluto TV, I can promise you it's not always like this.
59.
Well, Graeme Jenkins, for the day, is averaging around about the 73 mark. And he's looking good for being top of the table, winning all 3 matches. However, this is where it could get interesting, because unless his performance picks up drastically, his last 2 games are against Dean Finn and Davies, who have been the top 2 performers so far in this group. And tomorrow,
96.
they will be his first 2 fixtures. So he could end up getting in a spot of bother here unless things pick up quite drastically.
140.
You get the sense that if that does happen, if he were to lose those fixtures, then Davies and Dean Finn could just disappear into the distance, and this group could be scripted from this point onwards.
190.
But if he can raise his levels, let's not forget he played in a group with Davies over 3 days this week, and he got 10 more points than him, 5 more wins. That's a full day's worth.
85.
Topped the group on Monday. Playing 4 out of his 5 matches. He can play a lot better than he's shown today, so he could look at it that way as well and go, you know what, I got away with it for 3 matches, and now I can up the game when I need to.
Well, the attitude very much has got to be, well, you can't beat me at my worst. You've got no chance of beating me at my best.
82. Graeme, you require
a scruffy scrap
40.
of a game, but it's been won with ease.
Game shot
with ease by Graeme Jenkins, who's won all 3 of his fixtures so far. Certainly below par from Riihonen, but it's joy for Jenkins, a hat-trick of wins. And coming up after the break, we're going to see if Dean Finn can get his 2nd win of the day, or if Scott Bannerman can get his 1st. Welcome back to Pluto TV, the home of darts, and indeed the home of the Modus Super Series. This 24/7 darts
First leg,
channel
it's Dean to throw first.
often provides thrills and spills, but unfortunately none of them have happened today. Group C, well, it has not been the highest standard yet. However, there are a couple of players who have shown a level that's probably higher than anybody else. Dean Finn is one of them, although he did lose his opening match to Davies. Davies has played at a consistently high level, but the league leader is Graeme Jenkins, who, despite being nowhere near
30.
what he produced earlier in the week, has won all 3 of his matches, and Dean Finn needs to win this one to keep up the pace.
140.
Say there, it's not been the highest of standards, which it hasn't have been, but regardless of the standard, the opportunity is still the same. Still 2 players from the 6 will qualify through to Saturday night alongside Raymond Smith, and this
140.
is the last opportunity that the players will get in this series before we enter the final series of the year, the last chance for some before they go and graduate on for further honours.
Yeah, in between those 2 series, we've got special weeks coming up as well. So do make sure you've got the dates in your diary and that you've got
45.
the Modus Super Series channel favorited on your Pluto TV planner. We've got the Rising Stars
106
week coming up the week after next. That features players between the ages of 16 and 21, including the Series 10 champion, Jensen Walker, and then international pairs, which is a really eagerly anticipated week.
In the required 24.
Tell you more about that in the next leg, because Finn might be about to win this one on double 12.
Game shot on the first leg. Dean Finn.
Which he has. But yeah, we haven't revealed the Scottish pair yet. We'll do that on Saturday night.
Game on.
But Matthew, the pairs that have been revealed, Canada, Jeff Smith and Dawson Michelle, you mentioned that earlier. South Africa, Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel. Sweden, featuring Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund. The Netherlands,
45.
defending their title, Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe. Wales, again, will be Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry. Some new pairings. Germany, Rennie Idams and Paul Kroner. Denmark
100.
making their debut, Ivan Springboard Paulson and Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Switzerland will be appearing Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley. We're going to have a team from the USA in Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon. Dean Finn's home nation of Ireland will be represented by Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea. And of course that Adrian Lewis debut alongside Steve Beaton for Team England.
Some great pairs. I mean, I think the Rising Stars week could be the greatest week we have in Super Series history. That's got some real potential. But keep an eye on Switzerland, I think, there. Stefan Beaumont and Bruno Sturkley. Remember covering the European Tour last year, and Bruno Sturkley, he could play.
Yeah, that gets underway on the 25th of August. It will be followed by our latest influencer event as well. Between Champions Week and International Pairs, is that Rising Stars Week?
58.
You mentioned the names. Jensen Walker. For me, the one to watch is Ryan Brandley. I really like Ryan Brandley. Charlie Manby's been excellent, of course, this year as well. Thomas Banks, we saw him start
80.
to play himself out of dartitis last time he was here.
Yeah, that could be the best week we've ever had here. That could be exciting, and it could be quality. So many quality young players out there at the moment, and a great opportunity and platform them to perform on.
Well, who will rise through this group and
Scott, you require 136.
try and put themselves in a position to play the week before that, Champions Week, of course, which is a star-studded field as well. In fact, some of the names I've read out for that International Pairs Week will be in.
He requires 68.
Jimmy Van Ski, Jeff Smith. John O'Shea.
28.
His fellow Irishman couldn't
require 40.
find the target on that occasion, so Bannerman has an opportunity.
Daniel require 40.
To double his lead. There's one thing that's been good so far for Scott Bannerman. It is the doubles, but it's let him down on that occasion.
30.
He'll get another chance, another opportunity.
20.
Just taking his time here and just trying to get settled within that set position. You see how it takes a couple of occasions for him to get the arm right. That's just a sign of the tension, but he gets the double. So it's a puff of the cheeks again. It's just all work and effort, isn't it, for Scott? Everything just feels like drama. And he did say this morning it's probably well ahead of where he thinks he is right now. He said in his own words, maybe it's come too soon, but it's not something he's going to turn down, the opportunity. It's an opportunity he's earned. Not an opportunity that's been given to him.
Yeah, and we've seen it go both ways with players in that kind of position. There have been players that have come here and
64.
their average has increased by 10 points when they've gotten that stage. There are others who go in the opposite direction, in front of the cameras and beneath the bright lights.
46.
Still just sort of learning the game in the capacity of playing, because not been playing that long in sort of competitive darts once again.
85.
Now a county player. So even that's new to him at the moment, playing on the county scene. And this, again, a step up beyond that.
97.
Which is a scene that we're starting to see sort of dwindle away a little bit at the moment, the county scene. Sort of the Super League settings. I've seen posts from Oxfordshire this year. I've seen posts from Warwickshire this year saying they've only got 5 and 6 teams in the Super League. I mean, they're only really going to have a pool of a maximum of about 50 players to select. And 24 of them are going to play.
Are we getting to the point now where, I mean, we've just been building up our pairs week, but we're getting to the point now where darts is becoming less and less of a team sport?
Yes, absolutely. You know, when you look at things like the vaults, I think that was perfectly timed as well here in the UK. I've done a lot of travelling for this sport, into a lot of different countries. Iceland, Sweden. These was places that really highlighted to me, because they're countries that at the moment are sort of in development stage, but their local league night, Belgium's the same as well. It's all round robins. You don't go in there like we do in the UK and spend most of your night watching other people play darts and you have a game of best of 3. Tournaments, individuals leagues, round robins, more darts, more play.
$45. Scott, you require 100.
Well, this game isn't going the way the script suggested for Dean Finn. Scott Bannerman on course to break and to lead. And that would be a position that he hadn't found himself in before.
$72.
And I assure you he wanted double 18. He will be back to put it right.
84. Scotland require 36.
I'm not a mind reader, but I almost saw through the forehead then and saw the words, oh no, not double 9, when he missed that double 18. He's okay. Finn can't finish.
35.
But if he didn't like double 9, what would he think of double 3?
6. No score.
I can tell you right now, I don't think he'll like it. He'll probably hate double 3 right now, certainly if this 81 goes, because opportunity was here for Bannerman.
That leaves the ball.
47.
Bannerman back. Does he persevere?
That's what you require.
Does he think about the split? 2 double 2. Straight at it again, but it's awkward. Oh, well. I think he needs Harry Houdini to get this in.
3. Then you require 34.
The concern here right now for Bannerman is the thing that's been working for him today has been the doubling. That's what's been giving him the opportunities. That's what's been getting him the legs of which he's won.
26.
But where has the Dean Finn gone?
Scott, you require.
We saw earlier on today.
No
I think there's a
score.
collective sort of
Dean, you require 8.
consciousness in this group where kind of dragging each other down a little bit.
Exactly that. And this was our concern with Dean Finn
Game
when
shot on the third leg.
we said about him
Dean
being group
Finn.
favourite. Being group favourite obviously adds different types of
Full-flagged
pressure.
Scott to
And he
throw
will
first.
know he's in this game expected to win. Expected to win heavy. He is the favourite in this group, going up against the person that was the biggest outsider and hasn't produced.
60.
Well, not stats that they would want to look back on. Of course, can be improved.
140.
Well, this could be a big, big game for Finn. If it were to get away from him, it's massive advantage to Graeme Jenkins, isn't it?
140.
I think everything I've seen so far just keeps leaning me towards David Davies being a bit of a runaway leader in this group come the end of it.
Well, he's kind of the outlier, isn't he? He's the only one who doesn't seem to be struggling. And that seems a weird thing to say when there's somebody else who's won 3 from 3.
100.
And had a 4-0 victory in there as well.
Owen Biggs, the referee, finding out that lights are hot.
$133.
Well, Scott Bannerman's seen the funny side now as well. Referee Owen Binks has got, shall we say,
100.
lightly toasted fingertips. Oh, there we go. He's found the fly.
170.
170 on offer. Ever the professional, still doing his job despite the smoke coming off his hand.
$84. Scott, you require 101.
You know when you say to a kid, don't play with fire, and then the first time they get their fingers burnt, they never do it again. Oh, Owen Binks hasn't learned that lesson. But that is a real spark from Scott Bannerman to tie this game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Dean to throw first.
And do you know what? As silly as it may sound, that may have helped him. Because it may have just took the tension out of the situation. Something just to relax with. Something just to have a bit of fun. What did I say when I first came up here after having a chat with? Big smile across his face. He needs to keep that. That's the first time I've seen him smile on that stage. And with that, does he just relax a little bit more? Maybe needs Owen Binks to burn himself a little bit more.
96. $138.
A little switch there from Finn. Still in command of the match. He is throwing first here, but Bannerman's making a game of it. They've both lifted the level somewhat over the last leg or two.
60. $80.
This game marks a halfway stage of the day. Kai Smith against David Davies coming next.
135. $174.
Super setup from Finn.
$100. Dean require 24. Game shot on the fifth leg.
And a good leg.
Dean Finn.
13 darts to win it.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $55.
Safe to say, when it came to the point that a reaction was needed from one of the players, Dean Finn has found a little bit more. Actually, strike that. He's found a lot more.
His average was down in the 60s for the early portion of this game. It's up in the 80s now.
And sometimes it's not just the number at the end of things. He'll come off, he'll have a look at the average.
59.
If he is in the 80s, he'll think, I didn't really play great there. But actually the way he's responded to the slow start sort of counteracts that sort of average. It's around about the 80 mark.
60.
There's a winning legs of 15 and 13, but then in between that 31.
$180. $135. Daniel 137.
Better at times this from Bannerman, but you feel we may be going the same direction in regards to the result. Certainly now. Beautiful shooting there for Finn, who is looking for back-to-back 13s to get the job done here.
Well, you could just go for it. Decides against it, thought better of it, and got the best thing that he could get there to put pressure on Dean Finn here. Is Bannerman back in it? Or is it in for Finn? It is in, and it's another win.
Dean Finn.
And Dean Finn gets a 4-2 victory over Scott Bannerman. in a game that started slowly but really picked up towards the end. Final 3 legs, 15, 13, 15. And Dean Finn gets his second win from his 3 matches so far. David Davies is hoping for a third from 3 when he takes on Kai Smith.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Thanks for being with us here on Pluto TV, where after this afternoon's live action, we are going to be bringing to you, for the very first time, a break of throw with our punditry powerhouses. Matthew Edgar, the man sat alongside me, and Glenn Durrant will have their throws broken down by Mr. Edgar himself. Tonight from 10, of course, a live action returns. Group B getting underway. Gemma Hayter, part of a star-studded field. And finals night, 7:30 on Saturday. Raymond Smith already there, hoping to make it through to Champions Week, which will begin on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. Yeah, Raymond Smith there. Kai Smith would love to join him, but it's going to be a tough task from here on in, and he's got the toughest task of the day in front of him. No wins from 2 for Kai, 2 wins from 2 for his opponent, David Davies. And again, you're looking at a fixture that, based on what we've seen so far, seems a formality.
Yeah, I'm not bothered about where they got that photo of me from. Did you see the muscles in my neck there? Like, about 4 stone slimmer.
AI generated, Matt.
That must have been about 2011, that one. 2012, maybe. When still had a bit of the old physique. But yes, the game, I think, on the evidence that we've seen so far, I absolutely agree.
Game on.
David Davies has looked phenomenal so far. 2-4-1 victories, averaging 86. That seems more than enough for this group of what we've seen so far. But one thing we do know is what we've seen so far from Kai Smith isn't a fair reflection of the guy that he can be and the player he can be. This is his third game. He's lost on both 4-2 to Parr and Jenkins. But for me, I look at
140.
the fact that Kai's qualified for 2 World Championships, one on the PDC, one on the WDF. That would suggest that we've not seen anywhere near the level so far that he's capable of producing.
Yeah, we definitely agree that there's much more in the locker. Not used to the environment yet. We don't know how much it could be playing on his
95.
mind. The determination to be on that stage on Saturday alongside his father.
I think a lot of it also comes down to sort of the alarm bells that set off in game 1. First game, I says, this is important, which sounded ridiculous at the time, but maybe not so much now, because a lot of it comes down to here. You feel that he had to start well.
139.
Just been sat in the hotel, watching his dad, watching the darts, just wanting to get on with it, and can just build up the anxiety.
55. David Ivak 127. $119.
Well, the opening leg starting as expected, as evidenced by the rest of the day.
$95. David, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. Davies
takes it.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
13 darter for David Davies.
Game on.
And it makes you wonder, doesn't it, if David Davies is looking at this group, looking at the players, seeing vulnerability, and ultimately finding confidence, not just from the fact that he's winning and playing well, but also from the fact that if he was to look and think, who's my nearest rival in this group, I don't think he can really pinpoint anyone right now. They've all shown heavy signs of vulnerability.
And we talked about
39.
the players in the group maybe dragging each other down a little bit. None of them, apart from David, playing to the standard they would expect of themselves. It makes it even more impressive that Davies has managed to just be standalone,
43.
at ease with himself, at ease with his game, and not get sort of dragged down.
$100. $59.
Has just had that reaction a few times after throwing the dart, though, David Davies, just where almost symbolising the release just coming a little bit late, maybe a sign of
58.
a little bit of fatigue after 3 long days. There are always long days when you're not winning.
Kai Smith,
43.
you mentioned his World Championship appearances, beaten by Mike Kyvenhoven at Ali Pali and Mike Gillett at the Lakeside, a former Super Series weekly winner.
Not a fan of the mics then.
96.
Mike Smith actually went on to win the World Championship. Oh, I think he got to the final that year. Apologise, it was a Peter Wright year, wasn't it?
125. $140.
We managed to get a break in 13 darts in the first leg, but it's handed this one back to Kai Smith. 52 left. So tops to break straight back.
48. David require 145.
David Davies found a couple of tumblers checkouts in his last. The 100, the 114 for the match. Not going to add to that on this occasion, but nothing has felt too comfortable at the moment with Kai. And
Kai
was just thinking there, David Davies get himself close. He may get an opportunity.
Game shot on the second leg. Kai Smith.
2 breaks to throw, 2 different styles, but the game is level.
Third leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
And then control in terms of the scoreboard has the darts in this match, but you were the inventor of the Group C rule of 3. If you lose 3 matches, you can't afford any more mistakes, have to win up from there, and he's in danger of losing his first 3 matches.
58.
Yeah, and ties in with that sort of theory that he had to start well if he's going to have any sort of hope.
121.
But Scott Bannerman on the horizon for Kai Smith and Dean Finn. He'd certainly be expecting the points
140.
in one of the games, and the other one he'll want to be competitive.
And as you say, they will be his first 2 fixtures tomorrow, so suddenly he could go on a run, and who knows if you are a momentum believer.
38.
We will see Finn again after this match. He's going to take on the unbeaten Graeme Jenkins.
57.
And look, we've made much about the levels today because we have seen better of most of the players, but all you can do in any sporting fixture is win. You can't do better than win. And that's what Jenkins has done in all 3 of his games so far, and it's what David Davies is hoping to replicate here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they happen, as long as they happen. I know some players, certainly the younger generation,
45.
they feel like if the average isn't there, it's almost like you didn't warrant it. There's some strange conversations that go on at times, and I remember picking up one of the titles on the WDF circuit, and the first 3 posts, the first 3 replies to the me with the trophy shot was, what did you average? Not how did you play, who did you beat? None of that. What did you average was the first 3 questions.
129.
Yeah, the answer should have been, I averaged victory.
$89. David require 104.
Smith leaves himself poised. Davies can steal it away. Well, that leaves him on double 13.
78.
And it was probably a wise play, having blocked the treble 18, which he originally
40.
would have been thinking of, but couldn't quite find the double. Can Smith? Double 5. Big, big dart, this. And he nails it to lead 2-1.
Kai Smith. 4th leg, it's David to throw first.
Well, everything we've said so good about David Davies, about being reliable, about being consistent, about being the player head and shoulders above, he's just sort of lost that after that opening leg where he kicked off with a 13 darter and it's gone missing
100.
since. And sometimes that can happen as well when you feel like things are just coming a little bit easy to you, when you feel like, well, I'm not having to do much here and I'm finding things at a bit of a canter. You can get caught out.
81. $140. $100.
Nicely done by Davies. Just restoring a bit of order here.
$44. David require 81.
Well, when it's going well, it's going very well, isn't it, for Davies? Looking at possible 11 dart up.
$57.
Not too much panic here. Kai Smith not even halfway through the leg.
Yeah, it's all about David Davies this match.
45. David, you require 24.
Finds it this
Game
time.
on the fourth leg.
Second
David
13 dart
Davies.
leg. 2 legs that he's won have been
Fifth leg
completed
against Kai to throw
in
first.
5 visits to the board.
Game on.
And the 2 that Kai has won has taken 7 visits.
$45.
Davies knows exactly what he needs to do.
$60.
And when you take a look at the averages, you wonder how
58.
we've got into this game. Kai Smith averaging in the 60s. David Davies where he's been throughout the day, those mid-80s. But it's exactly that you was talking about. And I think sometimes that's where we need to look more at visits to the board rather than just the raw averages. It tells you a deeper story.
Yeah, well, those 2 13 dart legs he's got there are about 105 average for David Davies. Winning leg average for him. But wouldn't matter if it went in dart 13, 14 or 15, except, as Matt was just illustrating, the average would have dropped.
140.
I was out by a bit, wasn't I?
115.61. Yeah. You got the 1 and the 5 here, right?
So you're talking 15 points difference in the average if you go out in 15 to 13. And
100.
the impact on the match is exactly the same.
It's the same if you're into that 6 versus 83 and 93.
$134. David, you require 141.
This is on, treble 19, double 12, found it in the last leg. Clips the wire for a big finish in this, and now Kai Smith needs to produce
104.
the highlight of his day.
54.
Needed the treble 16
David
to get a go
require
at tops.
24.
And once again, David Davies comes back at double 12 to take control of this contest.
Game show on the 5th leg. David Davies.
The favourite time to break in a best of 7 game is right
leg,
there
it's
at 2
David
legs
to throw
apiece.
first.
You break the throw, you command the jockey,
Game
leave them waiting, leave them pondering. It's all about you for about 45 seconds to a minute.
We haven't seen a last leg decider all day. Can Kai Smith force one here?
45. $60. $100.
Good last start, forced through into the treble. But David Davies hoping now to put his foot on the gas, disappear into the distance.
140.
Distance and the averages have been there pretty much throughout. 27 points between the pair. But there could be about to be 6 points between the pair in regards to the league table, and that's the one that matters the most.
44.
Graeme Jenkins already on 6. Dean Finn, the favourite to win the group, on 4.
96.
And I think we're going to get a very clear cut in the table of Dean Finn, Jenkins and Davies battling out for the top 3 positions. It feels like everyone else is going to be battling out on the bottom half of the table for places 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, there is a
80.
financial advantage for every position you finish higher in the table. The big pot, of course, the £5,000 bounty on a Saturday night for winning, and a place at Champions Week to play for £25,000. David Davies here, looking to take a step towards finals
60.
night. He will return, with Smith not able to finish.
It's quite fortunate to bust there, wasn't it? He caught the dart, nearly carried himself into the treble 20 with dart 2, but we'll get a handful of darts now to get the job done.
David
To move
require
himself
20.
on to 6.
Double 10, and it is
Game shot and the man.
6 of the best
David
for David Davies, who takes his point tally to half a dozen with a hat-trick of victories, and it means that Kai Smith now is at the point of no return, may need to win all of his matches remaining to qualify. Graeme Jenkins, also winning 3 from 3, takes on Dean Finn next. This is the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where Group C has now seen all of its participants play 3 matches, and 2 of them have won all of those games. Davies and Graeme Jenkins with perfect records so far. But the next fixture could well be the most important one of the day. Jenkins is going to take on 3rd place Dean Finn, who could join them on 6 points, or another win for Jenkins would put a real buffer between himself and his opponent. Have we reached a pivotal point in the group, Matthew Edgar?
Well, it feels like this is where the real stuff's going to start, doesn't it, in regards to the shaping of the table. We know we're going to get a divide in regards to the top half and the bottom half, but what are those little mini battles going to be like for the players in the top part of the group? And when you take a look at this is a key fixture, absolutely.
Graeme to throw first. Game on.
Graeme wins this, he'll cut himself 4 points clear of Dean Finn, and I think we're probably all under the impression at the moment that Davies is going to be one of those 2, which means this head-to-head clash will probably decide that 2nd position.
Yeah, big game. Both players have
55.
shown in flashes what they can do, but struggling to find consistency.
100.
Should suit each other as well. Throw at a similar speed.
$58. $45.
I was mentioning earlier about our Rising Stars week. Graeme Jenkins taking out quite a few rising stars when we look through his WDF history.
98.
The England Classic 2022 beat Thomas Banks and Luke Littler along the way to a last 16 where he lost out 4 legs to 1 to Robert Owen. Tell you now, not many people beat Luke Littler in the WDF days.
What year was that?
2022.
25.
It would have been just before Littler's emergence here, wouldn't it? It would have been 15
81.
Then. 16 when he played at the Super Series.
The event was run by Rob Owen, beating Daniel Perry in the final.
57. Graeme, you're back 113.
113 for Jenkins to win the first leg. Treble 18, not found, but he's
97.
got time on his side.
$89. Graeme, you're back 116. Game shot on the first leg.
And he takes the first leg without any drama at all.
Second leg against Dean to throw first. Game on. $60.
You get the feeling that this game's got sort of the pace and rhythm about it, that both players should be able to get into a bit of a stride. Players that like to play and just sort of get on with it and get the action moving tend to like to play someone who plays at a similar pace rather than what we've got in this group, which is players that are a little bit more methodical in their approach. Wouldn't surprise me if
100.
the performance of the day from these comes in the clash where they play against each other.
Finn was way off the pace in the opening leg, but he's finding his feet now.
139. $57. $32. $29.
We'll only play once again today. After this, Finn will take on Kai Smith. Jenkins has got the fellow table topper, David Davies, in his final game.
$81. Then you require 88.
Well, it's like roles have been reversed. Plenty of time here for Finn to finish this off.
48. $100. You require 40. Game shown the second leg. Dean Finn.
I've been racking my brain all day.
Third leg against Graeme to throw first.
To try and come up with that little set position that Dean Finn has, who it reminds me of. And I've cracked
140.
it. What I mean is this bit here, that little stab there, that prod of the dart. It's like a less aggressive version of John Worsley.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it's almost like when he sets it, he locks the arm. Worsley then really gives it some welly, doesn't he?
98.
Sort of goes forward, doesn't he? That stabs at it, where this is just sort of like a lot, like a set there.
It's almost like you tense the elbow and lock the upper arm into position. Or the lower arm into position, but the higher part of the arm at that point.
I also just overheard another suggestion of Ted Everts, which, yeah, I can see that.
Andy Hamilton.
It's interesting, isn't it, all the little quirks that different players have.
I can't say that I've seen a throw that Graeme Jenkins reminds me of. Did mention the hand
100.
sort of Ronnie Baxter-esque earlier, but the actual whole throwing technique I've not seen something too similar to that.
What about Chaz Barstone?
Yeah, probably the closest resemblance. Nothing like his dad's, is
86. it? 28.
And you'll see plenty of grip on the barrels of Graeme Jenkins. There was zero grip on the barrels of Terry.
$64. Graeme, you require 58.
Double top.
Game shown the third leg. Graeme Jenkins.
This is getting interesting because Dean Finn was the favourite for this group. If Graeme Jenkins can keep holding his throw
Dean to throw first.
and win this match, he will put 4 points between the pair.
$59.
And Dean will have it all to do tomorrow.
96.
And Jenkins could well be on a collision course with David Davies, with two players going into the final match, having won every single game leading up to it.
180. $100. $78. $58. $140. $57. Then you require 44. No score.
Made a real mess of that, didn't he?
I think those three darts summarise what this group's been like.
56.
And maybe those three as well.
44.
Well, that's what he wanted the first time round, to leave tops.
4.
It gets further away
Round
from it, but you got the sense that
134.
Graeme Jenkins had given up on this leg. Never give up on a leg.
94. Then you require 40.
Yeah, that last shot just a bit silly, wasn't it? Didn't get him to anything really gettable.
Oh dear. Oh, what a dart that is.
Four flag. Dean Finn.
Surgical precision there from Dean Finn. After that
it's Graeme to
previous
go first.
dart
Game.
just dropped and blocked half of the target.
60.
He likes to give himself a bit of a beating during the game, doesn't he, Dean Finn? Which seems an odd strategy. Even when you're winning, you're losing.
Yeah, but not an uncommon one,
40.
I would say, in the world of darts.
$95.
One of the most frustrating to watch is actually one that you made reference to earlier, Matt, where a player hasn't been playing too well, then takes out a big checkout or hits a 180 and responds to it with negativity like, where's that been?
26.
Just been one of those days today where the only thing that's been on fire are the hands of the referee.
45.
If you missed it a little bit earlier on, you can head to our social media channels and see what I was talking about.
77. $140. $140. Graeme, 140.
I've just seen 140 in the last couple of visits, but not in this one, which is the important one.
41.
And that
is a
real mess from Graeme Jenkins. Left himself on a 3-dart finish.
I think there's a real assessment here of reactive play going on. A player finds something good, the other player follows. A player misses, the other player follows.
47.
It seems to be
Graeme,
sort of
199.
follow the leader where no one's really sort of taking the game on.
59. They never require 104.
Will it be misses or magic that decides this match? Is this the moment? Hunting down the treble. Fails to find it, so Jenkins back for tops for a 3-2 lead.
Graeme, you require 40. Game
And he
shot
finds it. He's one away
Graeme
from making
Jenkins.
it 4 wins from 4. And from piling the pressure on the pre-group favourite Dean Finn.
Game on.
Who would be 4 points behind Graeme Jenkins and probably David Davies, who takes on Per Riihonen next.
$100. $58. $43. $41. $140. $60. $134. $43. Then you require 84.
Well, it looks like for the first time today, We could go the distance, and we may start to see that a little bit as we're going to start seeing these clashes now of the mini groups that are appearing.
44.
This Group C splitting down the middle.
$59. Dean require 40. Game shown the sixth flag.
And we go all the way for the first time. And we said before this match it may be the most important match of the day. Well, by definition, this becomes the most important leg of the day.
60.
Only 60. Matt Edgar alongside me mentioned earlier in this match, we've seen reactive darts. One falters, the other follows.
99.
A little pause there, wasn't there, on the approach for Finn? Maybe aware of the situation and the chance. And this has to be a treble here. That's a big find, big dart. He would essentially have lost his throw in the opening couple of visits had he not found that treble.
But has Finn found his focus?
139.
Outscoring Jenkins in each turn so far.
100.
If he can manage it in this turn, then the points will be heading towards Finn. But that was a huge visit from Graeme.
It's been reactive until this leg, and now we're starting to see the quality.
93.
Finn doing his job here, down in 9. He likes the bullseye.
71. Dean
loves it
require
right
170.
Rescued him there. 25 would have left him on the same finish that Finn faces here. The 170. We are seeing the quality in this leg, aren't we? Aren't we? Oh, yes, we are.
Shot in the match.
Out of nowhere, but out of this world. A 170 checkout from Dean Finn to win a crucial last leg decider. Absolutely stunning stuff from the Irishman to get the better of Graeme Jenkins and end his unbeaten start to this group. A 4-3 win for Finn, sealed with that big fish finish. He joins Jenkins and Davies on 6 points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Davies? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Graeme Jenkins fail to make it 4 wins out of 4. David Davies is hoping to succeed where Jenkins couldn't.
3 more each, guys. 3 more.
And he's going to take on the Swede, Riihonen. In what is our 11th match of 15 this afternoon. They've played 3 times already, having both been in Group A, and Riihonen actually leads the head-to-head. He leads it by 2-1. Both of his wins in the group came against David Davies. Can you see him upsetting Davies again here?
I think the way it's gone today, I think the only person who could upset David Davies is David Davies.
44.
There's been moments it's just started to look like that performance coming off the boil when no one's been able to jump in and take that vulnerability, allowing David Davies to get himself back into the driver's seat again. And it just all looked quite cushy for him so far today, hasn't it? 2 4-1s and a 4-2 win.
Well, there is going to be a race because Jenkins and Finn both have 6 points apiece. Davies will play Jenkins in his final game. Will he go into it having won all 4 of his matches?
45.
But if he wins all 5, he's going to really be clear going into Friday's action. Remember, this group resumes at 1 PM UK time tomorrow. 10 PM tonight, we'll see the beginning
60.
of Group B. Gemma Hayter taking on Danny Van Tripe in the opening match before Robert Thornton meets Cameron Carolison. Charlie Martin, the 5th and final player in that group.
140. $57.
There's that rhythm and that pace that he was playing with in that opening game again. Maybe now the results haven't gone quite his way, just turning off the brain and throwing the darts, but this is good from David Davies. We've just seen a 170 finish.
140.
Nearly adding the 160 alongside Dean Finn, the player who took out that 170 finish for the previous match.
Yeah, no doubt the highlight of the day, that certainly, when you add the context of it as well. But it's tops here for the bogeyman of Davies this week.
56.
On this occasion,
David, you require 20.
Thunder didn't strike.
Game shot the
Davies
first
delivers.
See, that's intriguing me there as well. You say Thunder didn't strike, but Thunder doesn't strike. But it's the shirt that's distracting us. It's Lightning. Shouldn't he be nicknamed Lightning?
I'll let you tell him.
Or the Storm.
21.
You know, if you was nicknamed the Fish, would you have a shirt with chips on it?
Good point.
95.
David Davies doesn't have a nickname, does he? We need to sort that out. Do you think that's a next step for him? He's starting to
55.
make a name for himself. Do you think he needs an identity?
Yeah, I think he should play on the fact his name is David Davies and he should just go with it. So I think his nickname should be Dave. So David Dave Davies, and he'll be Triple D.
There we go.
60.
And have a picture of Rodney Trotter on the back of his shirt.
Or 3D.
3D, very nice. So he should be Lightning. Scott Bannerman should be Banana Man.
27.
3D David Davies.
Graeme Jenkins should be Baby Bull. Well, Dean Finn could be the fish, couldn't he? He's just taken it out. He could have chips on his shirt.
25.
There we go. Branding all sorted.
$60.
Shane McGurk's someone who's nailed his branding, hasn't he? Remember he used to stand his case up, didn't he? So you could see bits on there.
81.
Who's the best branded player you've seen at the Super Series?
I'll tell you what, that Tony Sorensen a couple of weeks ago did quite well, didn't he? We've still got the Tony Sorensen mini shirts up here.
$100.
Yeah, had a QR code on his shirt, didn't he? And Matthew Edgar went investigating, scanned it, and it took him to the Tony Sorensen website.
55. David, you require 140.
More on that in a moment. David Davis looking at 140. Get on with it, Dave, because everybody wants to see what Matthew Edgar found.
$100. Pay, you require 148. $28. David, you require
So tops
40.
for the unbranded David Davis. Found
James on the second
fantastically.
leg. David Davis.
And yeah, Tony Sorensen, well, he's got some interesting merchandise, hasn't he, Matt?
Third leg, it's David
Yeah,
to
there's
throw
a
first.
good
Game on.
selection of Tony Sorensen merchandise in a variety of sizes. Normally, you'd go with small, medium, large, bit of XL in there, you know, just various versions of the extra large.
46.
And Tony Sorensen's decided to go to the extremes, but more on the smaller side.
Yeah, and actually, we can exclusively
96.
do a bit of free advertising. That is the Tony Sorensen miniature shirt. Has found via that QR code on his actual shirt. And that's what we managed to source.
60.
I'm not sure how many X's in the extra small.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that would fit anybody, but it does go over my water bottle.
140.
Water bottle shirts, exclusively on the Tony Sorensen website.
Yeah, that's a new one on me.
121.
And I believe I've got it on
47.
good authority that how he makes those shirts, it's just an actual shirt that he just keeps washing on too high a temperature.
Have you noticed, though, he doesn't have the QR code on the mini shirt?
115. $40.
If you're watching, Tony, hope you're well. keep being innovative. Not quite up there with the Jamie Caven range, but we can't actually go there. This is a family show.
99.
Just don't know how they never took off. See, and this is the side of the world David Davies is missing out on.
100. David, you require 60.
Well, he's not missing much on the dartboard, that's for sure. Top for 3-0.
$40. Pay requires 78.
Does this on this occasion and opens the door for Riihonen.
$43.
Can't walk through that open door.
David, you require 20. Game shown the third leg. David Davies.
No problem there for 3D, who goes 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's pair to throw first. Game on.
So coming up next, Scott Bannerman against Kai Smith. Somebody's O has got to go. Then we'll see Davies return
58.
to face Graeme Jenkins. Looking like he'll be going for the complete bingo card today. He's now one leg away from winning more matches in one day than he won in the previous 3.
98.
I think on the evidence of what we've seen in this group so far, I'm going to make a statement here.
100.
That I'd be surprised if David Davies loses a game in this whole group. I think he could do the 10 from 10. There's not many people that have the perfect card. David Davies has had the perfect card in a Group B.
Well, if he were then to win another 4 on finals night and get through to Champions Week, he could go into Champions Week with 14 wins in a row. The record's 17. It's a shared record as well. Darryl Pilgrim.
96.
Derek Coulson. And another David Evans, who is not shy of merchandise, by the way.
$86.
Does that mean you've got your David Evans phone case?
We've got plenty of our David Ducks around the building.
21.
Well, this David taking his time here.
Trying to make sure, isn't he? Trying to get that big win, because it's not just about winning games, it's about how you do it. And it feels like David Davies will get this victory, so he's going to want to get that next big thing, which is the legs difference. Get a bit of a gap. It can act as an extra point come the end. And how many times have we seen Group C's decided on legs difference?
And the fact that it's against a man who he's lost to in 2 of their 3 meetings this week. It's an indication of the difference in David Davies today. And what a way this would be to win it. The last match won with the 170. This one won with a 160. And suddenly we are seeing some quality stuff here at the Super Series. Fantastic performance, fantastic way to win it for David Davies, and that is now 4 wins on the spin. Group A could not have gone much worse for Davies. Group C can't go any better. Stay with us to see if he can complete the card. Well, time is quickly running out for a couple of players in Group C. Kai Smith and Scott Bannerman seemingly sinking in the quicksand, and one of them can end that trend of defeats here in their penultimate game of their debut days. For the other, you would have to say they're then playing for pride. Smith has travelled from Australia with his dad Raymond, who's already through to finals, not having won Group A. Bannerman from Wales has had a difficult debut day. And I think this is probably going to be the most difficult question I've thrown at Matthew Edgar so far today, but who do you expect to win this match?
I think based on experience, based on what we've seen from him in other arenas, I'd have to go with Kai Smith. Now, Scott Bannerman's obviously done a lot of great things to get here.
Game on.
But he's very, very infantile in regards to his darting journey. And I think the thing that really stands out to me from the conversation I had earlier was the fact that he openly said in his own words, I don't feel like I'm quite ready right now for
45.
this. But he's earned a spot, so he's going to take his spot. Of course you are. But in regards to his development, this has been quite accelerated to get him to this stage. So I think Kai, who we've seen on the Alexandra Palace stage, who we've seen on the Lakeside stage, I think may just have a bit too much.
Could he play his way back into this, Kai Smith? I'm just looking at the remaining fixtures. Play devil's advocate by way of prediction, but if David Davies were to beat Graeme Jenkins, and then Kai could find a win against Dean Finn, having won this match, he's only 2 points off a qualification spot.
140.
As long as he believes it, then absolutely he's still got the opportunity. And, you know, let's be fair, everyone other than David Davies has shown vulnerabilities. You wouldn't say that anyone other than him is going to pick up just the wins from here. There's going to be defeats along the way. And if Kai can be there ready to pounce, it makes those head-to-head clashes very, very important.
$83.
Solid start here from Kai Smith. Down to a finish after 9, looking for an early breaker throw.
$60.
We've seen big checkouts suddenly
144.
in the last couple of games, a 170 and a 160. Dean Finn and David Davies producing those moments of magic. We won't see another ton topper added here.
78.
But despite that miss on the last start, the setup's okay with Bannerman way back.
It's that 66 again. It's one of those as a player, you just... Certainly if you like the 16s and the 8s, you just get so tempted in by the bullseye.
Sweeping across the board, 14, 12 and tops.
46.
A quick flash over to the scoreboard to see where Bannerman is, and he'll be happy before the shot. Maybe not so much after. Could look at the bullseye here.
100. Kai required 20.
Double 10 for Smith. And still. And in.
Game shot on the first.
And in front with a break to boot against
Smith.
Bannerman. You mentioned on that 66 shot, the players sort of get tempted by the ball. I actually quite like the route that Kai is going here, because he already knows the area in which his first two darts are going. It's treble 14 if he hits it, double 12 if he misses it, single 12.
45.
But what if he hit 11? Pulled it, so there's always that guy. There's always that guy. I'm going to be that guy.
140.
Don't think you were the type to think about missing.
41. 85.
I'll be with you for another hour at least here to fulfil the remaining fixtures on day one of Group C, and then we will have that breaker throw where you'll get to have a look in depth at the throws of Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
It was quite a weird one to do as well, because I was the, would we say, pundit that was doing the job that day, and it's one of those things that you don't tend to work on or analyse your own throw too much. Something I always am very, very keen on informing and telling people that as a coach, my strongest recommendation is not to self-analyse, because it's all on recalled information.
125.
Bet you enjoyed breaking down Duzzer's throw, though, didn't you?
Yes, it's been a lot of changes to it over the years, so we could have got an hour's feature out of that one.
65. Scott, you require 51.
Well, Bannerman could break back here. This is a good leg of darts. On for a 14. And that's exactly what he gets.
Second leg, Scott Bannerman.
Going into this game, I did have that feel that if there was going to be an increase in performance from the pair, it's going to be here, because on the evidence of what we've seen so far from the players in the day, I don't think they'd feel too much threat from their opponent.
100.
Of going to get the win rather than sort of fearing the worst.
134.
Smith's last game against Dean Finn, as I mentioned. Bannerman will take on pair Riihonen in the final match of this group session. And then we are back from 10 tonight, live with Group B. Hayter, Van Tryke, Thornton, Carolison and Charlie Martin. 11 players still fighting it out to join Raymond Smith at finals night on Saturday.
140.
Tickets available as well if you would like to come along to this or any Super Series Saturday. Get yourself
60.
down to Portsmouth.
$85.
1-4-2 when Smith comes back. Playing the best stuff on each other's throw at the moment.
60. Kayurik 142. $122.
That's kind of been the vibe of the day. 7 of the matches have been won with a player throwing second in the game.
60.
That is 7 out of 11 completed fixtures.
Game on the third leg. Kai Smith.
Yeah, and 2 of the ones that
Fourth leg against Kai
haven't have been first. David Davies, haven't they? He's won all of his matches.
Well, winning legs here, 18-14-14. Coming into this, we may have expected a little bit lower than that on the evidence of what they've done so far, but back-to-back 14s there, 1 apiece. Good standard.
They're showing what they can do, but is it too late for the pair of them?
85.
This group is the one where you really have to hit the ground running. You'll see in Group B this evening that even with the worst possible outcome tonight, you won't be out of it. You could go the next night and win all 4 matches and get yourself through.
140.
Yeah, there's not as much jeopardy, is there, in a Group B campaign? You always feel like you're in with an opportunity.
We did see once a player progress on 4 points. Rob Collins managed to do that after losing his first
180.
6 matches of the 8. But we are certainly seeing an upturn in performance from both of these players, no doubt about that.
100.
They're actually playing at the leader's pace here, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And Kai Smith now going into the 88. He's been dwelling in the low 70s for the entirety of the day, but we've said all day there's a little bit more quality in there than what he's been showing and demonstrating.
26.
And this could be the moment that he really takes control. That's a sloppy shot from Bannerman.
$43.
Kind of followed suit.
$50.
A very acceptable final dart.
$139.
This is brilliant. This is exceptional, in fact, here from Kai Smith. Hasn't had much go his way so far today, but he's really picking it up. Same can be said for Bannerman, who was looking to follow in the footsteps of his good friend David Davies, who's just won his last match 4-0 with a 160 finish.
Trying to find the filling in the sandwich now.
16.
Can't quite manage it.
Scott, you require 20.
Bannerman back to break again.
Game, show me
Nicely
fourth
done.
leg. Scott
All square.
Bannerman. Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $100. $125.
I do wonder in another universe what sort of Kai Smith we would be seeing if he'd been playing since Monday. Had he been in Group A,
180.
taking him a few games to settle. Like you kind of said, the same might be said of Bannerman.
Well, he's starting to settle, isn't he, Bannerman? That's his first maximum of the day as well. First maximum on the Super Series stage. And I was just having a little look ahead there for Bannerman. And his last game's against Riihonen, who won his opening game but lost his last 3. In fact, he's only won 1 leg in his last 3 games. His last 2 games have been 4-0 defeats to Jenkins and to David
31.
Davies. If Bannerman can find this sort of level where he's averaging in the mid-80s, he could go home today with 4 points and then they will be his first 2 games tomorrow. He could get himself into contention here without even sort of realising.
Yeah, if he repeats those results, he'd be on 8 with 3 to play, and you can get through on 12, 14. Normally you are through.
45.
And do you know the real difference? Just watching the players practicing before they started this game, Bannerman just... Maybe the intensity, maybe the thought of qualifying had gone, and he had that smile back again. He was just looked like he was up there going to enjoy himself, which was kind of the attitude you hope he would have gone up on the stage with at the very start. Very, very easy to get drawn in.
Well, let's see if Kai Smith can get drawn into these champion checkouts that we've been seeing. 160 from David Davies, 170
Kai, you
from Dean
require
Finn.
170.
I think for Bannerman, though, the frustration's going to be after 6 darts, he was on 221, and after 15 darts, he's still on 115. since the maximum.
Scott, you require
Scores of 31,
115.
45 and 30.
Can he salvage a situation? Good start. 58 left, so it'll be 18 tops. Doing the right thing if he was unsure, checking with the referee Owen Binks, who told him
95.
he was
Time
58.
132.
Couldn't convert. Starting on the ball. It's on. Treble 19. No longer. This for the first
64.
holder's throw in this game.
Scott, you require
Early
20.
on in the day, this was the strength, and we said if he could find a little bit more scoring power, he'll get closer to wins. He's found that bit extra scoring power. But the thing that was stronger earlier on has started to let him down here, and a chance to steal now for Kai Smith.
Choices here. Imagine he'll go back for that 12 tops. Sweep.
48. Scott, you require 20.
Had his chance. Bannerman has 3 more.
$10. Guy, you require 20.
Close, close, close. But not close enough.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Kai
Every
Smith.
leg won by Kai Smith on that double 10 target, but for Bannerman, those 6
Sixth
darts
leg,
could come
it's
back to
Kai to
haunt
throw
him.
first.
If he leaves here today without points on the board and sort of out of the running in
Game.
regards to his chance of qualifying, it will be those 6 darts that he reviews and looks back on, because those are the ones that could have just turned this game and changed the whole momentum here.
Well, we've been looking at possibilities for both players, and this match certainly is to stay alive, isn't it?
140.
Whoever wins it will have hope. The defeated darter will feel that their race is run so early.
25. $100.
It's like the scare's over now, isn't it, for Kai Smith? Just back in the flow again that he was playing at the start of this
60.
game.
I actually do like his fixtures as well. We spoke about Bannerman's, but Smith could give Dean Finn a real run for his money. Certainly if Finn is on one of the lower end
55.
of performances that we've seen him being consistent today. And then his first match tomorrow would be against Per Riihonen, who, okay, beat him today, but I think we might see a different story when they met for the second time, based on the direction of travel for both players.
85.
All ifs and buts at the moment, but the first job is to get this one done.
145.
And he's edging closer to doing that.
Only a maximum will get Bannerman down to a finish here. He's only hit 1 today.
140.
What a time that would have been to get his second
requiring
maximum
61.
of the day. But Kai Smith now 6 starts to get the job done and to get his first points on the board here at the Super Series.
44.
Inadvertently left double 14 and pulled it till he's 17. Can be a dodgy one, this. Most players will go for a 1 to leave double 8 and can bust either side.
140.
I think earlier on he went 9 double 4.
17.
That kind of negates that threat, doesn't it? Because either side of the 9, you're not going to be bust. He goes that route again. Double 2. And it pays off. And it's better late than
Kai
never
Smith.
for Kai Smith, who picks up his first win in his 4th game of the day Bannerman beaten again. No victories for him on debut, but Kai Smith has just given himself a fighting chance. It may be an outside chance, but it is still an opportunity. David Davies looking to complete the card next.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. 3 games to go on the opening day of Group C, and it has been a dreamy day for David Davies. 4 wins from 4 for him, looking to complete the card. To do that, though, he'll have to beat the player in second place, Graeme Jenkins, his opponent in his final match. Dean Finn in the race as well. Kai Smith and Riihonen just clinging on, but a debut of defeats for Scott Bannerman, who went down 4-2 to Smith before the break. So, to the top 2 then. Will it be a share of the lead for Graeme Jenkins, or is Davies going to make it a perfect day?
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I think if you was to ask for a characteristic of a player who wins Group C, what do they need? It's just consistency, because we always get in a Group C, you get some debutants in here, you get the players that have dropped out of Group A, so maybe not in the greatest form at the time. And David Davies has just been that, hasn't he, today? Consistency. That range of performance, very, very tight. When we look at his worst performance being an 84 and his best performance being an 88, he's been in that range of 84 to 88 in all of his games, which is going to be more than enough when the majority of people in this group
49.
have been averaging 70. And his opponent here, Graeme Jenkins, his range is very tight, but the problem is the range is between 73 and 75.
100.
And I think victory in this particular fixture for David Davies would really symbolise the turnaround in form from Group A to Group C, because Graeme Jenkins beat him in all three of their meetings. In fact,
100.
the aggregate scoreline is 12-3 in Jenkins' favour.
43.
I think we're looking at a very, very different David Davies and a very, very different Graeme Jenkins.
$42.
I think the other thing you can see in the evolution of David Davies is when he's thrown a dart and he doesn't feel like it's quite right,
96.
it's like he makes sure of the passing of the dart from the hand, makes sure he grips it in the right place where he wants it to be. You can see him already there, sort of gripping the dart as he goes. There, just grip, make sure. Tiny little
85.
pause.
Jenkins from nowhere, hoping to get into this leg.
100.
Slightly more favourable finish than the
Davies
one that the
require
Welshman is looking at here. He'll
125.
start on the ball. But needed the 25 to remain on course to check out.
47. Graeme, you require 105. 40. David, you require 78.
Well, that's a poor dart. He still needs to find a treble. And fails to do so.
38.
And that
Graeme
irritates you
requires
as well when
65.
you're in a situation where it's just single to double and you end up forcing yourself to have to hit a treble. We'll come back though.
33. David require
Wayward dart for Jenkins.
40.
Is David Davies a handful at his favourite target?
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, a bit of a scruffy start
David Davies.
in this tie between the
Second
top
leg against
two,
Graeme
but
to throw
Davis
first. Game on.
is a winning machine today and he wins that opening leg. Actually only dropped 4 legs so far.
140. $83.
Kai Smith got 2 against him. That's more than anybody else.
43. $85.
You feel this would be a game where pace would normally come into the conversation?
100.
Mostly because I'm watching Graeme Jenkins here. Just sort of at the back, just trying to find things to fill that time. Spending a lot of time looking around the room.
99.
Normally when you're doing that, the brain's engaged, you're thinking, which as we know is not always the greatest thing when you're trying to play this game, which is a fine motor skill.
40.
Judged over very, very small margins.
Just slipping into the habit here, isn't he, Jenkins, of hitting the wrong thing at the wrong time.
44.
That's the right thing at the right time.
124. $39. Graeme, you require 54. $34. David, you require 151.
Well, this would be the right thing for David Davies. Treble 20. Found. Treble 17. Narrowly missed. But the pressure
91.
is applied.
Graeme, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg. Graeme Jenkins. Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $137. 81. $60. 60.
Strong leg difference as well, isn't it, for David Davies, and everything he wins here will be acting double because he'll be taking it off his closest rival here, Graeme Jenkins. Although, it may not end that way.
56.
Dean Finn could go in to position 2 overnight. But one thing is for sure is that sort of divide in the
58.
table that we thought we was going to see is looking very clear and evident right now, with a top 3 battle and a bottom 3 battle.
Yeah, unless Kai Smith can get a second
100.
win on the spin against Dean Finn next. Even with that, he really is relying on David Davies to beat Jenkins here, isn't he, as well?
73. David,
The players that have got an
148.
outside chance want Davies to keep winning, disappear into the distance and make second place achievable.
$60. 133. David, you require 88.
To regain the lead, 18 now. For the bullseye.
Game shot on the third.
Right in the centre.
David Davies.
And Davies
Graeme
stylishly
to throw first.
regains the
Game on.
advantage.
Always feels like a bit of a statement dart, doesn't it, when someone goes out on the bullseye.
43.
Graeme Jenkins will be sick of it. He was on the receiving end of the 170 for Dean Finn. This could have been a game where both players had won all the matches had Finn not taken that out.
58. $98. $99. $180.
Very good at following that first dart when it goes in. What's Chris Mason's first dart merchant?
44.
And we spoke about it earlier, maybe one of the reasons for his drop in level today is that the first dart hasn't been accurate often enough.
It's barely been
60.
straight. It's been in the 5s and 1s more often than in the 20 line.
Well, a 180 here from Davies would see him level the score. A 140 would see him leave a finish.
100.
But a ton is
Graeme,
not
you're
enough.
120.
That's
Game
fabulous.
shot on the fourth leg.
Lovely finish
Graeme Jenkins.
from Jenkins to tie this one up. He's going to make it hard
Fifth
for
leg, it's
David
David to
Davies.
throw first. Game on.
It's his best finish of the day as well. Second ton plus checkout. He took out 106 earlier on. Took that in a 4-0 victory over the Swede.
120.
The old classic Robin Hood. I wonder where that came from as well. You
57.
know all the expressions in darts and all the different names and things. If you actually think about where they originate from, I mean, how did that become Robin Hood?
Yeah, who was the first to say it? When did they say it? We know some of the more modern ones. Big Fish was... Rod Studd was the first to say that, wasn't he? Don't get me started on Triple Crown.
43.
There's really old-fashioned ones that barely get used anymore, isn't there, as well? Bed and breakfast and...
140.
I just don't know, though, how in the days of a known social media world like it was, how does it become so universal that that's Robin Hood? How does someone say it one day and it just becomes so normal?
Well, your task, if you choose to accept it, is to coin a new darting phrase by the end of the week.
105.
Oh, I'm on that. Don't you worry, I'll come up with one.
$140. David, you require 76.
The new David Davies today, that's for sure. 3 wins across 3 days, 4 in 1 day so far, and looking to make it 5. Tops to move within a leg of doing
56. $140. David, you
Pressure
require 20.
applied.
Game shot on the fifth
Pressure
leg.
rejected by David Davies. That was a big moment there. That was a potential turning point
Sixth leg, it's Graeme to throw
for
first.
David
Game
Davies
on.
in this match and in the group. Up to the challenge, and that's the confidence of which he'd have built throughout the day. And he'll
21.
love what he was seeing there when he looked up at the board, and he'll love what he's heard. This is an invitation now for him to get in here and get the job done. Get it won by a couple of legs. Get not only the 5 from 5, the 10 points
59.
on the board, but a nice little advantage in regards to the secondary deciding factor.
125.
Another little stamp on the card as well for Davies if he can beat Jenkins for the first time this week. They'll play again, of course, in their first fixture on Friday.
100.
Still every possibility they could meet on Saturday as well.
99. $60. $58. $92.
Nothing really to split the pair after 12. But the setup shot
45.
not good for Jenkins. There's an invitation at the start of this leg when Jenkins kicked off with a 21, and there's a big one now for Davies. If you can just find a big treble 20 here.
Yeah, and I think this is a big match for everybody else actually as well.
140.
David Davies already on 8 points.
153.
I think if anyone else gets to 8 by the end of the day, it pretty much eliminates
83.
the bottom 3.
David, you require 50.
Davies can prevent Jenkins doing that here. by winning every single match.
Good
And that
shot
is
out
what
the
David
match.
Davies has done. Despair
Davies.
turns to delight for David Davies, who could only muster up 3 wins across 3 days in Group A, but has won 5 out of 5 in Group C. What a start for him. Coming up next, Dean Finn takes on Kai Smith.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, where we have 2 more games to play in this opening session of Group C. And Kai Smith lost his first 3 fixtures on his debut day at the Live Lounge, but got a win over Scott
First
Bannerman
leg, it's Kai to
a couple
throw
of games
first.
ago
Game on.
to give himself a squeak, to give himself an outside chance. If he wins this one against Dean Finn, then he's in the hunt, he's in the race going into tomorrow, because he will stop Dean Finn adding to his 6-point tally
60.
and will move himself onto 4, which will be just 2 behind second place. I think it's fair to say that if Finn wins, then see it very,
85.
very unlikely for either Kai or, for that matter, Raymond to be able to climb up the table.
Yeah, it feels like the last games of day one are very, very important in regard to the
97.
shaping of tomorrow and seeing who's in and who's not, which I suppose just goes in when you have a group like this where you've got a player at the bottom of the table that hasn't won a game. player at the top of the table that hasn't lost a
85.
game. It is going to sort of shape the table very early.
Still some fight in the dog.
85.
Finn could have been in a worse position, of course, himself, because went to a last leg decider against Graeme Jenkins, who had the opposite kind of day to the one we are potentially going to see from Smith. Won his first 3 games, but lost his last 2. Kudos, though, to David
59.
Davies, completing the card today. 5 wins from 5.
It's a story we've seen so many
80.
times as well here at the Super Series, isn't it? A player really sort of struggling in the Group A campaign, and when it comes to the back end of the week, Group C, it is just that reset, that fresh start.
Well, this
92.
is for
Being required
back-to-back
170.
170 checkouts. Not going to happen. Albeit an hour and a half apart.
39. Kaya require 108.
Facts are facts, regardless of the context.
$56. Being required 131.
Treble 17. Not found, so Smith with a chance to win the opener here.
38.
With
Kaya
every
require
chance to win
52.
the opener. Certainly become apparent that he's got his
32.
patterns on
Being
finishes.
required 93.
That 12 to tops switch has been really present in his play today. $86 left. So Smith comes back for double 10.
37. Kaya required 20. Game shot on the first leg. Kai Smith.
No trouble for the Australian.
Second leg is Dean to throw first. Game on.
Some PDC darts getting
98.
underway out in Australia this weekend, isn't there? The World Series is summer stop.
$81.
And it's a part of the world where the game continues to grow. Australian Premier League as well is a new
47.
addition to the darting calendar. Simon Whitlock, who we've seen here, is over there.
That's been one of those areas, hasn't it, where darts has been developing for a few
30.
years, and you know, we've seen the quality players coming from there. Simon Whitlock, Kyle Anderson, Damon Heta.
100.
The globalisation of the game.
140.
Globalisation here when the International Pairs Week returns in a few weeks' time. Bumper August Champions Week, Rising Stars, International Pairs.
96.
Well, here's a question to pose to you then. Do you see, within, shall we say, the next 5 years, a world in which tour cards
52.
are awarded not
Being required
just
160.
from a UK or European Q school?
Absolutely. And I also see a world in which,
46.
and I'm not saying within 5 years, but maybe more 10, 15, Pro Tours are played simultaneously. So there'd be maybe a UK and
92.
European Pro Tour. There
Being
might be
114.
an Asian Pro Tour. That seems to be the big stumbling block, doesn't it, for a lot of players, that the price of chasing that
82.
dream if you don't live in Europe.
You require 106.
Oh, just the wrong side of the wire there, Kai Smith. A fine effort.
32.
Looking to double his lead and break the throw, but Finn with an opportunity here to resist that challenge.
No score.
Well, all three of them. All three of them resting on the wire. I think he can't quite believe it, but this is a huge chance now for Kai Smith. Is he going to turn his day around?
Game shot on the
He's two
second
up
leg. Kai Smith.
on Dean Finn, and things are getting interesting, folks.
Third leg, it's Kai to throw.
In terms of the table, David Davies, well, he's run away with it. 10 points for him, but Graeme Jenkins in second place is on 6. Dean Finn in third is also on 6. And if Kai Smith can win this match, he'll be on 4. And after losing his first 3 matches, will find himself just 1 win behind that all-important second spot.
$180.
Dean Finn got other ideas. Good response there to having your throw broken. The problem is, though, now he's going to have to break Kai Smith twice.
42.
But just going back very briefly to the conversation we were just having about tour cards, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tour card awarded to, as before a Q school sort of kicks in like abroad, for like players top of the CDC within America, players top of the Asian tour, and sort of the new influx of card holders coming from various different sources.
I agree, and I note the word offered as well, because the follow-up question would be, do you think they'd be accepted?
Not by all, under the current circumstances. I think when we get to the days of a guaranteed salary, I think maybe a little bit different.
77. Then you require 101.
Finn focused on getting himself back into this game.
53.
Kai Smith giving himself a little bit of time to play with here. All the pressure is currently on his opponent, who opts for tops.
Game show on the
Gets
third leg.
the first of the breaks he'll require.
Fourth leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
And that's how you let your opponent know you've broken throws in it much. Straight back down the middle of the hockey.
95.
One of the 2 breaks of which he will require. But Kai Smith just looking a little bit more reliable as the day has gone on.
180.
Finn started the previous leg with a maximum. Smith follows suit.
140.
We do like patterns though here as well, and there has been a pattern emerge with Kai Smith that every game he's been involved in so far has been by 4 legs to 2.
Might turn out that Finn needs more than 2 breaks. Couldn't follow it up though, could he there? Kai Smith.
180.
Finds one of his own.
I dare say that this is the best performance we've seen from
97.
Dean Finn so far today. Not
Dean require
statistically,
86.
but in the way that the game is unfolding. 2-0 down, responding well. Couple of maximums.
46.
Okay.
Kai require 170.
Declined to go at the bullseye. Doesn't think that Kai Smith can do what he did earlier. And he was right with that assessment.
96.
I like that play as well from Dean Finn.
40.
It's almost a bit of a statement.
Game shown the full
I don't think you're going to do
Finn.
this, which sort of the psychological
Fifth
warfare
egg, it's Kai to
puts
throw
him in an
first.
advantage
Game
of trying to get this break that he needs.
Yeah, it is a percentage play, isn't it? But to have the wherewithal to do it at a time like that.
140.
Just shows that confidence.
$85.
Very business-like demeanour about both men in this one.
95. $90. $134.
If we're just praising the move of Dean Finn and saying how reactive and responsive it's been, we've got to give exactly the same credit here to Kai Smith.
140.
Who's responded well to what was a very disappointing start to the day, losing his first 3 games.
$92.
Leaves it handy after 12 darts here. Back-to-back 14 darters from Dean Finn's got himself back into the game, and Kai Smith, I said, if that's the level you're going to play at, I'm going to meet you.
40. Kai require 40. $35.
Now, is it going to get tricky?
Dean require 146.
He's going to be under an awful lot of pressure if he comes back. If he will not come back, that is what Dean Finn can do. Well, we saw the 170 earlier in the day at a crucial moment, and once again, he's come up with the goods. A fabulous 146 finish after watching his opponent miss 3 clear darts at double.
And the context around that, not just the fact that now he's a leg away from winning the match and he's got that second breaker throw, which he'll need. But when we look at the big picture here, this could be pretty much it for Kai Smith. Would need an awful lot to go
96.
right in regards to his results and other people's tomorrow.
Yeah, a win for Finn would pretty much cut the group in half. Davies on 10, Finn on 8, Jenkins on 6. And
60.
Kai Smith on 2. Riihonen can get to 4 if he can beat Scott Bannerman in the final match of the day.
99.
I'm going to say I fancy Scott to win that one.
$97.
But it seems far less
35.
significant than what we're witnessing at the moment. Can Kai Smith cling on to contention, or is Dean Finn about to
98.
really send him clinging to the cliff edge? And look what he's left. I'm working out here.
72. Dean require 146.
Are we going to see this repeated? No.
Doesn't need to on this occasion, though. This is just purely a set-up play.
79.
Last start leaves it handy to put himself into a qualification position overnight.
77. Dean, you require 67.
Well, the only defeat came in the first game of the day for Dean Finn when he met David Davies. He's won all of his matches.
27.
We're yet to find out if Finn will win the following 4. Kai Smith can stop him, but needs something big here. Treble 18 and the bull. That's all he's got left. And he's not going to find it.
90.
Eyes closed behind him, Dean Finn there. I predict he was visualising hitting this tops. Hitting this tens. He's getting tense. Double 5.
30.
Did not see that coming.
Require 32. Game shot on the 6th flag.
Smith.
Kai Smith.
Lives on.
7th and final leg. It's Kai to throw first.
Now he's going to go the hard way as Dean Finn, but the one strength he'll have is how responsive he has been. But right now in this situation, after missing match darts, it'll be hard to dig out the positives of, well, I've been in this situation many times in this game and dug it out really good. But Smith unable to find a treble. Dean Finn, when he took out that 170 for the match against Jenkins, 47. It was a 12 darter in that last leg. Maybe not going to repeat that here. A little bit more context on this one. A little bit more awareness in regards to the table and the qualification possibility.
41.
Oh yeah, this leg now becomes huge. Kai Smith has been teetering on the tungsten tightrope all day long.
34.
Does that dream of sharing the stage with his dad on Saturday night stay alive?
139.
Beautiful timing there for Kai. Just opens a gap here on the scoreboard, forces Dean Finn into something similar.
140.
How many times do you see that where one player misses, the other misses, and as soon as they hit, they both hit?
Big last start. Doesn't get him down to a finish, but means that Finn needs to find a treble or two to be in the same range.
135.
He finds 2 and in doing so does get to a checkout. Took out 146. Is he going to win the match with a 145?
May need to. Kai Smith ready to pounce. Needs 2 trebles for a poke at the outer ring.
Oh, I was going for treble 16, can't find it. 66 then for Smith to win this game and stay in contention.
Oh, you require 66.
It'll be treble 14. And now 12 and tops. Well, I'm assuming that's where he was going. If he was, he's missed by a massive margin there.
Dean, you require 40.
Did the moment get to him? Does he know what's on this match? Can Finn finish it? He can't.
30.
Kai breathes.
Kai, you require
again.
40.
And I'm sure somewhere in a hotel room in Portsmouth, a certain Raymond Smith is holding his breath. He can breathe easier now. Kai Smith stays in contention. Dean Finn is defeated in a dramatic, tense tungsten tussle that sees Smith cling on to his hopes. 4 points for him, just 2 behind Finn and Graeme Jenkins, who occupy second and third place. One more match to come. Riihonen takes on Bannerman next. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series for one last fixture on Thursday afternoon. It's a meeting between the two players at the foot of the table, actually. Per Riihonen and Scott Bannerman. The Swede did win his opening game of the day against Kai Smith and can join him on 4 points, which remarkably, despite a losing streak since then, could actually put him in contention. Just 2 off P2, Graeme Jenkins, who shares a 6-point tally with Dean Finn. For Scott Bannerman,
85.
It's about getting that first victory. And I do think we've seen him improve as the day has gone on. And I think it's gone the other way for Riihonen, which is why I'm predicting a Bannerman win. Matthew Edgar, what say you?
I agree in the fact that Bannerman has got better as the day's gone on, and I think that's been statistically proven as well. He's looked more competitive at times. He's never lost any of the games to nil, so there's plenty of positives in there for him to pick out of today and try and build on, and come back tomorrow to see if he can get that first victory, which I think kind of answers the question that I just think maybe Parr's going to have a little bit too
85.
much for him here.
Huge result in the previous game, wasn't it, Finn? Missing the opportunities, despite that show-stopping 146 to get it won and pretty much eliminate half of the field. Instead, he's now got Kai Smith breathing down his neck ahead of playing him in his first game tomorrow.
26.
No need to turn the channel, by the way, when the live action stops. Plenty of top quality
45.
darts content coming your way, starting with a break of throw where Matthew Edgar analyses Matthew Edgar.
Sounds like the early days of my YouTube channel where Matthew Edgar interviewed Matthew Edgar.
Yeah,
45.
Punditry Powerhouses is the title of that one. Glenn Durrant also featuring. Around 7 o'clock, you can hear from the Power, Phil Taylor, on Luke Littler, the modern day Power.
15. They require 160.
And tonight from 10, we're live again. Group B gets underway. Gemma Heater in action. Alongside the likes of Robert Thornton, Danny Van
96.
Tripe, South Africa's Cameron Corrison, and Charlie Martin. Do you think we will see some high quality this evening?
45. Pair requires 68.
Can we see a moment of quality here? Moves across to get closer to the double.
36.
But fails to find it. I
25.
think Scott
They
Bannerman here is
require
proving why I quit
32.
gambling, isn't he? 21 darts, not below 200. The man
Game
I
shot
said I
on the
thought would win
first
the
leg.
game.
Pair Riihonen. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I think one of my favourite lines about that was when Chris Mason made a prediction once and he goes, and that's why the bookies have a Bentley and I have a BMX.
140.
Yeah, he's got a few lines like that. I remember the last leg of we used to do the picks, didn't we? The pundits' picks, and Mace's, the Aces
60.
Acker, I think it was called. The last leg went down and he finished a commentary, beans on toast for Mace. Hope you're well, Chris, if you are
57.
watching. And thanks for staying with us.
$40.
Strange to think that before this match, Riihonen had won one of his previous 13 legs. Yet
55.
after the first game tomorrow, it could be joint second.
$140.
Just got to get that flow going, hasn't he? Just got to try and disengage the part of the brain that's trying to work this out, that's trying to make this almost robotic.
60. $135.
Again, just little things that you need to work on. He's not used to playing on the
89.
stage, but you saw him check his
Hey,
score
you're at
after both of his first two
126.
darts then. Really, you should know exactly what you're on before you approach the hockey. Riihonen certainly did. And now he'll know. Well, he does check, actually. And it's bullseye.
101. Scott, you require 100.
Did take out a 101 finish earlier in the day. This one significantly easier. Just the 1 point does change the entire shot. But he's not going to get a dart at the double. That was an attempt there at top.
25.
Valiant effort, but just dropping a little bit low. Speaking of dropping low.
Yeah, that leaves him 11. Oh, that's gone so wrong. 5 remaining now.
No score.
Observers.
Require 40.
Yeah, it seemed a logical idea there, didn't it? But he sees the funny side, but he'll be frustrated there. 25 on the board and not even getting a dart at the
Game on
double.
the second leg. Scott Bannerman.
Well, it's cost him a hold of throw. Sorry, a
Third leg, it's pair to throw first.
breaker throw.
Game on.
Get the beans out the microwave.
100.
I could share a story about a referee and beans in the microwave, but maybe we'll save that one for another time. No, I'll do it. Why not? Was once found cooking some beans in the microwave, still in the tin.
100.
How far did he get before he realised?
I'm not sure how it ended. I'm not sure I want to know.
$100. $140. $100.
A good start from Bannerman. Keeps it level, so he'll be on a finish.
100. Pay require 101. $45. Scott, your require 157.
Could he? Threatened but not finished. Riihonen comes back for 56.
133. Pay require 56.
He's making a mess of these combinations, isn't he?
Game show on the third leg.
Tidies that one up.
Riihonen.
Or maybe this one's to leave double 16.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, he tried his best to leave it from 25 earlier.
$123. $140.
He's finding quite a lot in and around the treble 20s. It just comes when he's got to move around the board that the problem seems to be.
$45.
Well, if you haven't been with us all day, maybe you're just getting in from work. I'll tell you what's happened here in this group. David Davies has turned around his week in one fell swoop, winning all 5 of his matches to top the table after day one. Remember, Davies in Group A only managed 3 wins across 3 days. Well, it's a perfect day for the Welshman today, and he is looking good to join
26.
Raymond Smith the Group A winner at finals night on Saturday. Head of the chasing pack are Graeme Jenkins and Dean Finn, both on 6 points, but Finn squandered match starts against Kai
55.
Smith. That's the son of Raymond in his last game, meaning that Kai is on 4 points. Riihonen will be on the same number if he completes a victory here. Scott Bannerman on debut, the ADC qualifier from Wales, yet to pick up a victory yet.
97. $125. $40. Pair you require
This is the point where
121.
pair could start to gain control of this fixture. Not playing any shenanigans like we
57.
saw earlier on.
Scott, you require 170.
Go on then. If anyone can do it, Banana Man can.
$60. Pair you require 64.
Well, he couldn't, as it turned out. So 64. That tees up tops.
$44.
Just like a shuffle along the hockey, doesn't
Scott,
he?
you require 110.
He moves through unblocked beds, just likes to stand in line with the target he's aiming at. Well, that certainly wasn't what he was aiming at.
$34.
So another opportunity for that full
Pair you
control.
require 20. Game shot on the fourth
It's not
leg.
coming easy for him,
Pair
but
Riihonen.
he's nearly there. Nearly bookending his days with a couple of
Fifth leg,
victories.
pair to
Did
throw
come into this
first.
game after back-to-back 4-0 defeats.
Game on.
Winning just one leg out of his last 3 matches.
$60. $60. $43.
A fun fact about Per Riihonen. Once came second in a Simon Whitlock lookalike competition. Simon came third.
140.
Second prize in a lookalike
81.
competition. Sounds like he'd get a tenner in Monopoly.
$60.
Well, it's looking like you'll have something to play for tomorrow. And this will be the first fixture tomorrow as well. If you can double up,
135.
he will be right back in the running.
$28.
Just got to tighten those up tomorrow, hasn't he, Bannerman? Needs to start eliminating those 5s and 1s.
41.
It is that pattern that we said at the start of the day, isn't it? Low right, high left. which is partly technical. In fact, I'd say it's
40.
quite a large
They
part
require
of technical.
141.
A showstopper here? No. Not taking much out of it either. Unless he can find a treble with the last.
25.
It's been the problem, hasn't it? When he gets down to sort of the business end of the leg, just goes a little bit wayward.
Could give Bannerman a way back into this game.
99. Pair you require 116. $35. Scott, you require 74.
And can he work his way back into it? Still looking for that elusive victory. 20 for tops. Big number missed. Dejected reaction from Bannerman.
34. Pair you require
Just
81.
stumble over the line. So it goes wayward at this point. 41, 25, 35 the last three visits. Missing big numbers, missing corridors. Can't save it here. Giving Bannerman another opportunity to get that breaker throw, keep himself in the game.
50. Scott, you require 40.
Can he use what's been his strength today? The best part of his game has been his checkouts.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yes, he can.
Scott Bannerman. Sixth leg,
And
it's
that
Scott
was a
to
break
take
as well.
first.
This
Game
one could be going the distance. Why not?
$59. $96. $41. $58.
I feel he's completely fallen off a cliff in this match, hasn't he, Riihonen?
100.
I think it's just a good reflection of how his day's been. Because he started so well, didn't he, against Kai Smith? 4-2 victory, average near the 90 mark.
140.
You think maybe he's going to do what David Davies went to do.
$60.
Can he bookend his day with victories?
47.
Strolling towards the finishing line.
$100. Pay you require 160.
Do you fancy him for this, Matt?
I'm not seeing too much to suggest he will. But maybe now I do.
140. Scott, you're 140.
15 darts thrown down to a double. Decent leg. And he's going to get a shot. 3 more darts here for the match.
47. Pay you require 20.
Well, it started well. Will it end well for Riihonen? furious
score.
fling of the last dart having missed.
Scott,
he will
you're
go back
requiring
to double 10,
94.
but only if Scott Bannerman doesn't take this out. Which he may well. 2 at tops. Becomes 1 at double 10.
84. Pay require 20.
Double 5.
$10.
Oh,
Scott,
so
you
close.
require 10.
Don't think I've ever met a player who enjoys this section of the board. For that reason now, just leaves him 1 dart. Should he get the single number? He does. It's double 2 to take us the distance.
6.
A third
Pay you
opportunity to get the job
10.
done by 4 legs to 2.
a pair of 5s.
No score. Scott, you require 4.
A shake of the head. And it could be his whole week, this. Riihonen somehow manages to lose this match, and that could be it for him. Probably will be it for him. But it's double 1 for Bannerman, remember, who hasn't won a match yet today and
no
still hasn't.
Score.
And still might not.
Pay you require 10.
And there it is,
Game,
finally.
showdown the match.
Thunder
Perry
finds the double, and he bookends his day with victories, meaning there's still a chance for Riihonen to get through to finals night. He is on 4 points at the end of the day. So, a victory in the last match for Riihonen, and with it, he's on 4 points. Alongside Kai Smith, also on 4. That's just 2 away from the qualification place of second place. Graeme Jenkins joined on 6 by Dean Smith. But the story of the day has been that David Davies has won all of his matches. That's Group C underway. Group B is going to take place this evening live here on Pluto TV from 10 p.m. Gemma Hayter, Robert Thornton, Charlie Martin, Cameron Carolison and Danny Van Tripe in action. But between now and then, plenty coming up on the Pluto TV channel. In fact, up next, a breaker throw with Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durran. Mentioned Group B getting underway tonight. Finals night on Saturday from 7:30 and Champions Week begins on Monday from 9:30 a.m. Stay with us here on Pluto TV.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes and the target is...